All right. Let's get to it. Yo, yo. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Doing some test runs. Let's see what we get. I feel like there's a chat window here. Oh, there you are. All right. Let's get a link out for this. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's under studio. I don't know why it doesn't give me the link. Nah, we'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. I just need to find the link so I can share it inside of inside Discord for us. And I don't know where to find it. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys, if you can help me with that. Trying to find the live, but I can't find the live. Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? Good morning. I can't find my own live video. That's crazy. There we go. Found it. Thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Glad you guys are here. Just setting some things up inside Discord right now for the rest of the fam. Some of you guys might be new here. Just trying something new. Better exposure, I guess. We'll still try to keep our Thursday classes intimate, if you will. Inside of hold on real quick. Music just started blaring. There we go. There we go. Yeah, just trying something new. Let's see how it goes. We're going to look at some setups here before New York opens. Took some shorts last night. Held some longs throughout the weekend. I want to see if we have some lower targets that we're going to be targeting and tapping into. Yeah, no, I know. I appreciate the heads up. But as long as I believe if I'm talking over it, I don't think they'll copyright it. Maybe I'll learn the hard way. What up, Guido? You survived. That's what's up, bro. Yeah, we'll work through it. We'll see how it looks, man. If the quality is not the best, then I'll figure something out on my side. And if it's just too much, then we'll take it back to Discord. But we'll see. Let's just do a test run, right? Some of you guys are coming in here first. For those that are new here, or at least new to me, I'm a faith-driven trader. Everything I do is led by God, and He Himself. I give all the glory to Him. I like to open up with some prayer with you guys, not to offend anybody, but that's just the way that I rock. That being said, Father, thank you for this new morning and the chance to gather again here on stream. Thank you for life, strength, and the privilege to learn and grow together. Lord, we ask today that we remember the words of Jesus in Mark 4:40. Why are you so fearful? How is that you have no faith? Just like the discipline in the storm, we face our own storms, volatile charts, unexpected moves, fear of loss, and doubt in ourselves. But today, we choose faith over fear. Calm our hearts the way you calm the sea. Remind us the market is not our master, you are. Our P&L is not our identity, Jesus is. And our safety is not in a setup, but in your sovereignty. Help us to trade with discipline, not panic. Follow process, not emotions. Trust your leading more than our own anxiety. And I ask that you cover everyone on this stream and every family represented. Give us clear minds, patient spirits, and wise decision making. And when fear tries to rise up, let your spirit remind us of Mark, that you call us out of fear and into faith. We dedicate this stream, this session, and this day to you. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, let's go. All right, so some of you guys got some good visuals. I don't know. Some of you guys may have to adjust the quality on your side. That's the only thing I'm going to recommend. But I'm going to dive into some charts here. So let's start off with 610. All right, let's look at higher time frames, kind of what we're looking at. Obviously, we had a Sunday pump. As you know, weekend pumps are rarely ever to be trusted. Usually we're going to see the opposite move going into the week. Monday's really going to start to set the tone, and I believe Tuesdays and Wednesdays are going to be the most profitable days that we're going to see throughout the course of this week. All goes well, we'll continue the streams here on YouTube. And then, as I said before, Thursday's class, those are going to be exclusive inside Discord for you guys. So I do have an imbalance that sits right over here, I believe. Let's double check this. I could be wrong. No, we don't. It actually does have a wick at the top of that. So no reason really to go there outside of just moving into a wave 5. We had London session that gave us this drop. That was right over here. I was timing this on a lower time frame. But let's look at this, right? We do have what looks to appear to be a scallop bottom. Now, there's two ways to look at this. You know, we come into these levels and start clearing some of this fair value gap here inside of this area, and maybe we start floating around. I do have a target that sits like right around 3206. You'll see that on lower time frames as we start working our way down. But I really want to look at this first just because there's better data on the higher time frames. And there's more reasons to point down to the downside. And what I mean by coming down to the downside is we could come into these levels first here around New York. We could see wicks like this up to the upside, and then we have a plummet. A lot of you guys know that I like to utilize a TD9 sequential type of strategy. It's basically candle analysis in short. And what I'm looking at here on a 610 right now, as far as time frame, is I do have a 9 that's printed higher. I have an 8 and a 9 that's printed higher than a 6 and a 7. Actually, the 5 is the lowest. So to me, the way that I'm analyzing this is I believe that this trend is not completely over with just yet. We could see a push down into these levels. And as we flow down to lower time frames, you're going to start to notice some of the setups that we have. We actually have a wave count that sits in that area. So in short, I believe that we are potentially still inside of a wave 4. Wave 4s can be complex, meaning they're going to push both sides. But at the end of the day, wave 4 wouldn't be complete. I believe it's going to have some lower levels to come down to. We're going to be targeting some liquidity pockets to couple with that to give us some confluence on some of those levels. We're going to look at the liquidity on both sides. So in the event that we have a push up to the upside with New York opening here in the next 15 minutes or so, then those are going to be some targets that we're going to be looking at for some shorts. I've maintained both of my positions, my shorts and my longs. I've set them both to break even. And now at this point, I'm just looking for add backs. If that makes any sense. So if I get a push up to the upside, I'm going to be looking for some shorts. If I get a push down to the downside, then I'm going to be looking for some add backs to my long. Now, if you guys have any questions as I go through any of this stuff, feel free to just chime in. You can just go ahead and post them inside the comment section. I'll try to be as diligent as I can. You guys like the setup though? Like how it looked on your screen? Looks good. No, the gray area above is just on lower time frames where we were starting to see signs of weakness. So as I get down to lower time frames, I start targeting areas where I see signs of weakness on both sides. Whether, you know, if it's a drop and I start to see signs of weakness, that's where I try to start build some sniper entries. Okay, cool. Looks clean. Okay, good. That's what's up. Appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and so we had 610 here. We have targets that can come down to these levels. I'm gonna float down to an 89 minute. This is mainly where I live on an intraday setup. It's gonna look a little busy, but every artist knows their own work, right? Initially, we had this target over here. We're looking at a wave C for a harmonic pattern, looking for this zone over here, 3206, maybe even into this red box right over here, 3213. I still think that can come to fruition, maybe sweep Sunday highs and move up and then have a move down. I was looking at this as a wave 4 here in this area. We did tap into that level. We tapped into that level just perfectly last week. A lot of us took some of those longs, sat in those for a while. We had some lower time frames targets that we were revisiting, like 3070, 3060. We did long some of those targets, but these are not something that I'm going to be married to, because I believe that we do have some lower targets that we could potentially be tapping into. So this would be essentially kind of what I'm looking at, where wave 4 should and could finish, 29 and some change. Let's go ahead and move this over so we can just see it a little bit better. That's 29.87. So it's inside this pocket in this area. Let's go ahead and add on some liquidity to that real quick. So we have a little bit of a cluster that sits inside these zones. A good amount of liquidity that we can be swept inside that area. But again, going back to it, this is why I was saying I think that we could possibly come into this area, because we have the math that lines up with it. That's 3202. And then we have a pretty hot pocket. We have a hot pocket that sits right above or right below inside that area right over here. So ideally, in a perfect world, what I would like to see is I'd like to just see this wave C come into this level right over here, and then wave D obviously having a push down into these levels. So in my belief, I believe we're still forming wave C. If wave C was already complete here, then I would be looking for longs that come down into these levels. You might see a couple little bounces here inside these levels, but I believe just based on the mathematics, it would make more sense to come down into these levels. We'll start managing as we get down to lower time frames. But this is kind of what I'm going to be basing everything off of right now. Let's come back over to a 610 real quick. There's a couple things I want to look at. You can see now that the count is going to start changing. Now we're going to go into a bullish setup phase. Bullish setup phase is going to be the opposite of what you think it is. When you hear bullish, you obviously hear or believe that price is going higher. When you're utilizing TD9 sequential, it's going to be the opposite of that, because it's going to be a setup for a bullish entry. So typically you'll see 9 candles lower than the preceding 4. So right now the setup phase just changed. We're back under 3100. And then we want to target these areas. We have some liquidity pockets that sit over here. It does get pretty deep though if we're going to go to higher time frames. Right. This is going to be kind of like my line in the sand, if you will. Coupled with that, we also have right where this pocket sits. You know, we do have an uptrend trend line that sits here. We've been bouncing here, bouncing here. We did have a downtrend that we broke out of in these areas. So seeing a retest in here, that's just going to be classic TA. I'd be careful with that because, you know, institutional money may want to step in and see that. And rather than long in that, they're going to short that. So if you see a massive spike down to the downside out of that, then you know big boys are stepping into the market and they're pushing the price down. Now, as New York starts to open, we're going to utilize a 5-minute session strategy where we're going to be measuring out the first 5-minute candle, measuring that high and measuring that low, and then looking for breaks in either direction. Yeah, they're already pushing down. If we can hold this, then we have a scallop bottom. That's essentially good. I had 31.38. I can get rid of that because I was looking at that level to be held. This is from last week. We can get rid of these. This is from last week. We can get rid of these. Monday high. That's what you're looking for. Monday high. I hear you. Let's see. I think it makes more sense just to sweep last week, right? That makes more sense. We can actually take a look at that here on a weekly, what that looks like. It's a huge pocket down here, but I don't see that happening one sweep. Let's go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so getting to 3009, that changes the setup phase back to a bullish setup phase. Right now, it's in a bearish setup phase. So this would be the target that it's most likely going to be tapping into, which subsequently kind of lines up with the areas that we're looking at, the 2900s. So we could see a tap into that zone and then a pull back up, which that would clear the 610. That would clear this area. That would clear this TD9 sequential. That would push us into this area and then get a nice pull up to the upside. What up, Frequan? What's good, baby? So just be patient here, guys. Waiting for the ideal setup. Again, I think there's a higher probability that we have a push down to the downside. And if we don't hit those targets just right now in this opening for New York, then we're going to be looking for pushes to the upside. But there's just not that much liquidity on the higher time frames here. So right now it's trying to hold on to this scallop formation, but it looks like it's going to break through. So let's just go ahead and actually we can leave that on for right now. You can see what's going on here. Most people that are trying to long this area, like if you get a big spike, they're going to do the opposite. New York's going to open up and they're actually just going to dump on it. I shorted this last night here inside this zone, inside this area. I really wanted 3180. I was really looking for a higher target, but I just started building here inside this area. I think it was like 3159.89. That was my entry for my short. Excuse me. Hmm. Yeah, I think we'll probably have a move down to. I think we're going to sweep these. So I'm pretty confident we're going to sweep these. We did get a 9 that printed here on an 89-minute, which was all good and gravy. You know, it warranted this little move up to the upside, but just higher time frames, I think there's better data. Yeah, there it is. Keep going. Let's go. We'll take it. We will take it. Gonna try to go for a classic double bottom here in this area. And just be careful with that. I need to get heat maps back on for myself. Sorry. Yeah, 34-minute. Yeah, it just took that right there. Yeah. So it just ran stops right now. That's what you see. It just ran stops on all those people that had break even stops, things like that. But let's just give it some time. Yeah, we have no buy signals from a trend perspective. DMI is showing like that party is just getting started. RSI is completely collapsed. That's just, again, that's just from intraday. We'll go to a higher time frame. RSI is also losing strength. It does appear like there's some type of divergence that's going on that trend. Imbalance index is showing that it still has bullish dominance, but you can see that reflective inside of your DMI. So right now, this is basically screaming volatility. It's probably going to start trapping here pretty soon. Nice cool down. You got a 6 and a 7, so we'll probably see an impulse here relatively soon. I'd say like in the next 15 minutes or so, we'll probably see an impulse. I'm waiting for that 9. I got a, what am I printing? A 6? Yeah, I believe I'm printing a 6. I don't need this anymore. I just say, can I have an idea what I was looking at yesterday? I was looking at this as A, B, and C coming down to these levels. So I was looking at 3180s getting into this gray box over here. That's really what I was targeting last night, but I didn't come to fruition. So once I start to see signs of weakness, I start to use some of these boxes like this to start seeing if price action can violate it or if it's going to continue to act as a point of rejection. But I don't need that anymore right now. Actually, what was that level? It surpassed that. Yeah, I definitely don't need that. Order blocks. Take a look at some order blocks. Yeah, we're tapping right into it on a 5. Yeah. I got a strong demand area there. I think that's going to act as a point of liquidity, though. It's a pretty thick order block, though, to be quite honest. I'm still holding my positions on both sides, just as an FYI. I've taken majority of profits on both of them, and again, I'm just looking for ads on them. Yeah, 89-minute that order block. Yeah, this would have been ideal for me. This I probably would have went a little bit heavier on that if it would have came to these levels. That would have made perfect sense. It would have gave me a wave C. Would have confirmed we're inside of a complex wave 4. Wave 4 wouldn't have been complete, and then we're coming down to these areas. Now this pocket has been decreasing, and initially when I had started designing this, there was 83% liquidity that sat inside the zone. You can see how it started to decrease. That kind of tells me that as we had these moves up, people were just exiting their positions. A lot of people that were longing from these zones initially, right over here, that had this move up, they started exiting once we got into this zone, because when we were still here inside this area, this was sitting like around like 83%. So they had to move up and they started exiting. Yeah, I've taken partials. Yeah, taken partials. I did about 62 on the short last night, and then the long from Thursday through now did about 28. Hold on, let me just do some things inside Discord here. 9:30. Let's get it. Hold on, I'll do that in a second. Let's go ahead and get that 5-minute. Yeah, that's a small. We should see an impulse. I got an impulse candle brewing here. Yeah, it's going to try to pull up, but I guarantee this is going to close underneath. Still 5-minute candle. So just adjusting where this range is going to be. Just trying something new, brother. Just trying something new. Why keep me a secret? Why keep me a secret? Yeah, man, this is a pivotal area. That 3084. That was from our old 13-minute. That's just residue, but we're still about hitting that line. And all we're doing right now is just getting a wider range. So the range isn't fully developed. It won't be developed until we hit 935. first 5 minutes of New York Open. I think this was the scallop, but that's not going to hold, so I'm going to get rid of that. And just a heads up, I do have a hard stop at 5 later today, so around New York close today, we'll start winding down, but I'll be rocking with you guys throughout the duration of the day. Usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I can rock a little bit longer. Mondays, I have some things that are set aside. Very similar to what we're looking at on the 610. We got a 7 that's deeper than 8 and 9. So to me, this tells me this trend isn't completely finished yet. Smells trappy. So if someone was like, "Hey, I don't have any positions open or anything like that. What should I be looking at here?" You want to look at two things here. You want to see if you can get a break above here, and then you want to see if you can get a close. If you can get a close, that's great. But then you're going to have a retest. That retest is what you really got to be careful with, because that retest can just push you right back down into these areas. So if I'm going to be targeting for lower targets, then, once we start pushing above here inside these areas, then I would be looking for areas to add to a short, and then taking profits down in the lower levels that we were mentioning before, like 2900s, things like that. So now the range has been established. Now we want to see what occurs here. If you're a risky individual and you want to start DCAing in as far as shorts, things like that, you can look at it from that perspective. Just be careful that they don't just try to do like a high yaw all the way up to here and then push right back down. So there you go. Pretty big demand in that area. But see how 89 minutes now. Watch it start coming right back down. If we get a hard stop here on this, in this area right over here, then I'm probably going to start adding to my short. It won't mess up my average. I'll be okay with my average. So my average is from all the way up here. Right now we're inside of a confirmation candle, and we're stuck inside that range. So when you're inside that range, it's difficult on either side, whether you're longing, whether you're shorting. We need clear direction. Daily shift head on BTC seems like too big of a magnet, in my opinion. It'll get revisited at some point. I mean, we even have, I was just going over this yesterday, on a 610, we actually have a shaved head that sits, no, actually, mentira, it's not a shaved head. We have imbalance on a 610, or 98, was it 987 or 610? I forget. I think it was 987. Yeah, all the way up to like 4,200. There's an imbalance that sits over here. So I'm just pointing that out, is because just because we have one doesn't necessarily we'll revisit those areas immediately. My thought process is it's a lot easier to clear this imbalance down over here, this 9 imbalance over here, than it is to clear over here. This is a lot of work. I'm for it. Don't get me wrong. I'm positioned and I'm ready for it in the event that we do get to those levels. But I think it makes more sense to sweep these levels, then we can move back up. So let's come back over to a 5 minute real quick. Still inside that range. We should break lower. New York should probably carry the baton and keep flushing down. From a trader's perspective, you can make money. You can make money on Mondays. You can make money any day, really, to be quite honest. But I think your most profitable days are going to be Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Mondays should really start setting that up for you. So there were some shorts that we had last week from like 31.30, and you can see that some of those got pushed out. If you didn't already take profit, people that were just holding on to those, and then people that were long from 3,064, whether they had stops at break even, they also got pushed out. So the reason I'm pointing that out is because those are typical behaviors for a wave four. It's going to push out both sides. It's not a swing wave. All right, brother. All right, that's what I want to see. What does that look like on 89-minute? How much time do I have left in this? I have 11 minutes left in this. We're going to go ahead and take off some of the liquidity pools so we have less noise, and we're going to take off the order block so we have less noise. All right, where does that put me at? 31.34. I'll take that. Break above. Now we want to see the next candle hold that area. When we come back and retest this area, if we can retest this area, then chances are we're probably going to come back and this is going to be our range. That's a good move. You going to give us 3,200 New York? What do you want to do here? Appreciate you guys being out here today too. If we broker the range, then we going short. Yeah, like a safer entry would be like if you're starting to enter into shorts here in this area. It's a little risky. Don't get me wrong. It's a little risky. I could see why you would do it if you're looking at a higher time frame. But the safer entry, just for rule of thumb, is to get a break underneath here, get a retest. Maybe you get like a bearish retest that sits inside this range again, and then look for that short. And so this would be the opposite. You have a break above here. Now you want to see this retest. If it can retest and hold this area over here, then most likely we're going to come a little bit higher. So depending on which direction it breaks is the position that you want to take. I would treat these as scalps, guys. Not swings. Definitely going to be treating them as swings. I'm just trying something new on YouTube, guys. That's all. I get the sense that a lot of you guys don't want to be on YouTube. What's wrong with YouTube? What up? What up? What up? Good morning. Good morning. God bless you. This is like a key area in my opinion. 3123, it's still a key area. We got 6 minutes until this session ends. All right, let's see what this next candle gives us. If it closes underneath it, then then all of this on a lower time frame was just a bearish retest. All this would be bearish retest. That just feels like inducement, to be quite honest. That's what's up. Of the quality in the streams, every YouTube is a bit blurry, but better than Discord, even on highest quality. I don't know. Maybe somebody want to walk me through that? How to increase the quality? I'd have to figure that out on my side. And I don't know if everybody has the same issue per se. I don't know. Like I'm looking at it from my mobile. Yeah, I mean the quality looks fine. I mean I'm looking at it from my mobile. I mean I don't know. I don't know what you guys are seeing. That's making it look. Maybe you can't see the numbers. I don't know. And if you guys want to be so kind to help me to push this stream to 100 viewers, that'd be fantastic. That's the best way you can compliment me today. We're sitting on like 32 viewers right now, which is great. No complaints. But the more the better. It's better than what's up? Good morning, brother. And see that 89 minutes now closing underneath. So this all looks like it was bearish retest right up here. So I would do something like this. Right. Take these highs down to that body, pull it out, move it the other way. What's going on over here? All right. Redistribution inside of these areas, now pushing right back down. So it's a little bit of a gamble, if you will, for lack of better terminology, to start shorting here in this area, unless you're like proficient with how ranges work and things like that, and you already have an establishment of lower time frames. Excuse me, intraday time frames. And like if you already had the setup. Yeah, I wanted 3200s as well too. Don't get me wrong. That's just a level that we were targeting. The math is there, but the volume and the amount of buyers were not. We had more sellers in that area, so we were targeting this area over here. But if we get down to these levels over here, then I would remove this limit personally. I'd remove that limit. And I'd wait for this imbalance over here to be cleared. So somewhere inside of these levels, 33, 34, all the way up to maybe even here, even if it just goes a little smidge above here, which would look like a double top. But I would be targeting these areas once we get down to like 2900s. Boy, these bulls are fighting for the life. Close above, retest inside this area. What's that 89? How much time I have on that 89 minute? I have a minute left. So we'll play around here on a 1 minute. So was that the height of my 89 minute? Yeah, that's the height of my 89 minute. So I want to see if this box gets respected. If this box can get respected, then I'll start closing some of my long here and waiting for a lower target. It's already showing signs of weakness on a 1 minute. Oh, excuse me. For the most part, everybody have a good weekend. You guys do anything different? Hopefully you guys were able to step away from the charts. Get some good R&R. Not risk reward, rest and relaxation, Friday and Saturday. I didn't do much. I just mainly studied, ran some games, did the church scene, ran around some department stores. That was about it for me. Will I add the shorts on that area or not mess with average price? No, I'll probably add. I'm still holding the long, so if I get pushed out, then I'll be positioned. I'll be all right. And if I get a big push down to the downside, then I want to see kind of what's forming here, but I want to see that happen over here. Got a new 89 minutes, so this is why you're seeing that. Let's look at trend real quick. Relatively flat. You do have bearish dominance. It's kind of laying a little bit flat here, but it ultimately still holds the strength right now. Overall, bullish trend is still leading, but you're at 87%, so it's running into like maxed out levels. 100% would be maxed out. Dang, I didn't realize London pushed that hard. I passed out and woke up to that. That's what's up. That would have been even juicier, but that's okay. I'm happy with the profits. If I post my P&L card, then I guarantee Money Man's going to come after it. That's always the superstition. All right, let's see what happens here. Let's lock in. What is also over here? Okay. Let's see if this can respect this level over here, inside this zone. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Where'd you play at? Did you go on a boat, or did you actually go to the actual casino? Yeah, that looks like we're getting lower. Oh, River Coin. Oh, my bad. I'm sitting here thinking you're playing poker. Okay. Well, either way, man. GG's. GG's. You were profitable. That's good. I gotta be able to lower this mic some. Well, let me do that here. No, it's not gonna let me do that there. That's fine. Anybody short that up there? Anybody try to build a short on that? Up here? You guys get nervous? I had a small little add to mine. Ideally, I'm waiting for that long, waiting for that juicy long. We lose 2900s. I don't see the reason why we shouldn't sweep 2700s and 2600s. Hey, good morning, Kim. Good morning, good morning. Pleasure to have you. Thank you for being here. You reverse your position. That's what's up. You add a bit to your shorts. That's what's up. Good, 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 good. All of this just feels like it's inducement, in my opinion. I want us to see us sweep that level. I mean, we got a lot of time in this. I mean, we got like 5 hours plus inside this area, but this is that same red box we were talking about. You can see that it keeps trying to push it down. So we want to target these areas over here, you know, start taking profits on shorts, things like that, and then just leave your runners until we get into these zones. That's going to be completely up to you from a risk management perspective, but that's something that I would be doing. Still running warm, right? I mean, ideally, this is what we want. This is a good scalp if someone scalped this over here in that area. Now you got a whipsaw that's appearing here. That's what I was saying. That looks like inducement. I want to see these color candles, like these cool down looking colors right here. I want to see that somewhere over here. And the weekly can come in, you know, test 29 upper 2900s. So just kind of like drilling down 2980s, 2940s inside those areas. That's got to be a line in the sand. We lose those levels, boy oh boy. It's going to get ugly. Ugly, ugly. Good morning. Hey, what's going on? Thanks for being here. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Now, if you guys have questions or anything like that, always feel free to ask. More than happy to assist as we go through this. I'll try to answer whatever I can on here. Not necessarily doing education classes, but I can give you some broad strokes on different ideas. Yeah, we started building some shorts inside that red box. Some of us are short from a little bit higher up, shorter from these areas. And some of us are also hedged down from these moves down below. But I believe that we should sweep this area over here just from a higher time frame. I'm looking at 610s. That's really what I'm working with. I mean, this is a pretty big move on both sides. So a point being is like, just don't be married to any position. That's what I'm getting at. And it's going to test this area a couple times. You know what I mean? So we had a pretty big push down from London, which I think most people are looking for that same area, that 3060 and some change to maintain. You guys don't hear my music, right? It doesn't play for you, or does it? Okay. Okay, cool. I don't want YouTube to flag me. Let's see. You know what I can also put on here for us? We'll look at some liquidity. We'll start looking at that too. We'll add that on here. Let me go ahead and log in real quick. I'm going to look up some liquidity for us. I'm going to add it to another screen for us, so we can look at liquidity as well too. You have a long from 31.26? Yeah, I mean, I would have been closed that. I would have closed it over here. I don't know if you longed inside this area where this red box is at, or right inside this area right over here, but you can see the strike through on the zone. I'd say maybe best case scenario, you might get a retest inside that area. Maybe brings you to break even, but that's just not a long area that I'd be looking to hold. Give me coffee, please. Do you have time? If you don't have time, it's fine. No, if you don't have time, it's fine. I need my coffee, guys. I need my coffee. Hold on, let's finish logging in here. All right, bet. And let's go ahead and create a new scene for us so we can actually look at some liquidity here. Window capture. There you go. We can see this liquidity over here. We got some order blocks that are sitting here inside the zone. Yeah, and there's a nice little pocket that sits right on here in these areas. Right over here. So what is that, like 29.65 inside this area? You have some decent areas that sit right there too. Then I would look at I'm also seeing what some of the big boys are doing out there too. No, I need to. There we go. They're long. What are they long from? 31.20? Good gosh. Yeah, people shorted from here. There does a 97. Yeah, this guy's upside down right now. And then BTC also hit a ceiling here. Yeah. So just keeping an eye on some order blocks, looking at some heat maps as well too. There's more to the downside for us. I mean, there's a nice little pocket that sits inside this area right over here. And these are some additional tools you guys can utilize on your own. I mean, they're 100% free. Just use it in conjunction with your setups. You see what the big boys are doing, see where the order blocks are sitting at, see where there's some liquidity that's sitting inside that zone, and then just start hunting it from there. All right, let's bring this back to the charts. You can check the big boys positions on Hyperbot. You can go to Hyperbot, you can see it there. Man, trying to hold that New York Open high. Nothing shy of a prayer right now for both sides. Both sides are bears are trying to push it down. But let's go back to that DMI real quick. Yeah, so we got strength that's sitting here. I don't have a true buy signal inside this area. It's relatively flat. It's kind of what you're seeing right over here, right? This whole trend going up. You had a little pop up, but then it ran flat. So ideally, I'm looking for a green dot that posts here on the bottom here, and that's going to give me more confidence to start entering into longs. That's because I love my shed blood for all my little grandma. I think majority of traders are doing this right now. And that just becomes trendline liquidity. What's up, big dog? Good morning, brother. I tried to get you early this morning, but I figure you were busy. But we'll pick up again tomorrow morning. We'll do a session before I go live on streams. I hope you're doing well, brother. So all of this just feels like inducement. I know it may feel like it's a little slow, it's not moving or anything like that. You just landed? That's what's up, bro. I'm glad you landed safe. It's always a pleasure to see you see you in the chats. But right now, as far as market wise, it's gonna feel slow. It's gonna feel like it's stagnant. It's like, which direction are we going? Like, where the moves coming from? So Monday needs to develop, and as you start building your position on Monday, or at least solidifying your position on Monday, you start to see the real profits mature by like Tuesday through Wednesday. So it's a day about patience. So Tuesday and Wednesday stream should be a little bit more lively, if that makes any sense. Just about building right now, guys. Just building. I got the moves. Move. Good push. Let's look at that on a 1 minute. What does that look like? That looks good. Actually, let's go to 5 minute because you gave me an impulse earlier, but you got a 9 failure there too. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's that's what I was saying. Just on higher time frames. Actually, we can even go to a 610. Like this whole move just looks like inducement. You can see, right? Everybody wanted a long. Push right down, right to where we were just last week. So I'm still on the side of believing that this area needs to be swept. we're looking for that liquidity sweep. That liquidity sweep candle, that's the one that we're gonna go ham in. I had some lower levels like 3020 inside those areas, but I just think those areas are gonna get taken, in my opinion. And listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, I'm gonna be positioned for it. But like I said, Monday's all about building. So Tuesday is when you can really start seeing those profits. And you can see the liquidation. Ooh, my coffee's going. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna show you liquidity real quick, or where the liquidations are sitting for BTC, and not necessarily for ETH, but mainly on BTC. There's a good amount. There's a good amount that sits over here. Thick band right here that sits like right around 89. And if we look at our BTC setup, we were kind of eyeballing the other day. That puts us right over here inside this area. So there's a good amount of liquidity that sits right over here. Actually, you guys can't see that. Sorry. Let me transition that. Right inside this area. So if I'm going to be utilizing BTC as a barometer, which I personally don't, me personally, I don't. I'm sharing that with you guys to say, okay, well, if BTC is going to dump, usually a lot's going to follow suit. So if BTC is going to make it push down to 88,941, 89,000 inside of that range, then we can get an idea as far as what ETH is going to do. We'll go back to an 89-minute, see again how that's developing. And then let's also take a look at USDT. Now, if USDT, excuse me, USDT decides to say, you know what, we're going to crap the bed, these are going to be the levels, then ETH is just going to pump ridiculously. So there's a couple of different moving factors, but I think USDT is probably going to try to test this box again, this green box that you see right over here, and that should put ETH inside that 2,900 level. So showing you guys all the probabilities. Yeah, ping pong for sure. And it's a wave four, from an LA wave thesis perspective. Wave fours, they're not easy. They're just not. They create a lot of discouragement. So, when it comes to wave four, your best position is to catch a Pico top and then write it down and then just be diligent and just maintain, take some profits, and then look for add backs, because typically you're going to get a complex wave. And then when you're trying to long into wave five is usually slow. It's nothing like a wave three. It doesn't have strong impulses. Sometimes it could. Sometimes you could see a short little burst here and there. But usually wave fives, they take longer. They're not the longest wave and your biggest wave. They just take longer to develop. So it feels even more choppy in that sense. But as long as you're chopping up, then you're going to have confirmation you're inside of a wave five. In short, people are just rotating money from US dollar into high risk assets. So if you see that USDT is going up, people are rotating out of crypto. If you see USDT going down, people are rotating into crypto. Mm. So it's basically about following the money. Just follow the money. You got an hour left in this session. What are you doing? This red box is going to be the decision maker, if you will, here in this area. So ideally, you want to see rejections. If you're bearish, you want to see rejections inside this box. That box ranges from 31.15 down to 31.11 and some change. Actually, I'll just highlight it so you can see it. 3115, 3111. Break above that, then higher probabilities would go higher. So then I would start looking at where it could potentially go. Again, 3123 is going to be that key level, right? That was a support area. We tried to push above it. We actually pushed above it a couple of times, but then started acting as a point of resistance here in this area. Push up, then with a throwdown. Now we're tapping into it again inside this level. So you want to see the same thing occur. Once this box gets violated, then I just remove them. I no longer need them. Now it's just holding. They're still holding strength. They just lost some dominance. That's really all this is representing. They just lost some dominance. So you're seeing a spike up because they just lost some dominance, but they're still in control. Sellers are still in control from this time frame. I think somebody was long from 31.26. I think that was your opportunity to start scaling out. That would have been your chance. You're so silly. Why, why are you scared? Ah. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I mean, that 3123, that's a key level. You know, it's a key level. You can add on the 3123. You can try DCing inside the area, but mind you, you do have a fair value gap that sits inside this zone right over here. Actually, see, we have all this over here. So price action can come right into this area, fill this imbalance, and then come right back down again. Actually, I want to see something real quick. Do we have any imbalances to the downside that haven't been filled? All right, so I don't have any imbalances down to the downside, at least from that time frame perspective. I'm gonna go a little bit higher up. Nothing there. I think I looked at this last night. Wow, I got a nice fair value gap that hasn't been touched yet. There's nothing there either. Look at that. They're just literally taking both sides. Wum, wum, wum. What's going on? What's going on, Sane? Hope you're well, brother. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it could retest London Open. I won't dismiss that. Bum, bum, dun, 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 dun. I printed an impulse candle. Okay, that's an impulse candle on a 1 minute. Actually, I'm going to take this off just so we have less noise. Bread and butter. Bread and butter. Why did I have 3112 here? I actually don't need this level. This is the level that I'm in. This is where I have an alarm set, 3123. Just smells like bearish retest to me. It looks like New York is starting to stall out. We may see more of it pick back up around PM session. PM session's not for another hour and a half. It's trying to change that setup phase. What do you need to close above? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's trying to close above here, which is 3112. It closes above there. It changes the setup phase, but that's relatively the area that it's trying to close above on this current session, which ends in the next 50 minutes. I'm gonna stream to about 4:30, probably market close. I have a hard stop around 5. I have therapies on Mondays. So Monday, at 5, I need to step off. And then on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, or at least Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I'll probably stream all the way through Asia session. Thursdays, we'll have our private classes inside Discord. And then Friday, we'll do it again on Friday, most likely streaming till end of New York session. And that'd be great if I can get 3206. I mean, I think if we retest this area, I think there will be enough liquidity to push us up a little bit higher. This is really what I would want us to target. I'd have a heavier short from there. That'd be the ideal area. Technically, we're still inside of a, excuse me. Technically, we're still inside of a confirmation candle on a higher time frame, on an intraday time frame, 89-minute. You know, we 5-minute high, 5-minute low, closed above it. This candle here came and tested it. It closed again above it. So this is essentially this confirmation. I'm still just looking for bearish retests in those areas. All right, you guys are gonna have to give me a minute. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be here, not leaving, just using the restroom. I'm back. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. You guys miss me? That's the fastest way to lose viewers. Just use the restroom. All right, we got a little bit of a push back up. Still trying to test that 3123 level. And this would be ideal, like I said, just getting back into this zone right over here. 3199, 3200s. That would be ideal. I think that would be a good setup for a short there in that area. I was looking at this from a 1 minute as well too. Just kind of what's going on over here. We got some liquidity that sits down here in this area as well. I want to set up some boxes here, see if there's any of these boxes get respected. Or if they get violated. And ideally, I'm just really measuring from this line. Usually I would find a body, something like that. But we're just kind of floating around inside of there. So I'm going from that line right there. I want to see if that area can be held and maintained. Put your picture on my wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad. Not so bad. All right. It's kind of very similar to like where we were when we were up here last night. You know, we got into this red box and, you know, we revisited it a couple times, then kind of moved sideways. So if you're trying to manage it from a lower time frame perspective, you know, that's kind of like what you're looking for. You're looking for signs of weakness to give you the confidence that, okay, this is going to move back down. We've got a good amount of liquidity that sits here in this area. I think if we revisit that area, it should push down a little bit further. Then that's when we'll bleed up to higher time frames and then start looking at those entry levels. 89 minutes still has what, 40 minutes left on this session. Ideally, it wants to close underneath here, which is 3112. And then keep in mind, remember, we have a fair value gap right over here. So, you know, testing and filling this imbalance in this area shouldn't be beyond us in that sense. Like we can fill this fair value gap and then have a push down to the downside. If it flips the fair value gap and decides to go higher, then we're going to be testing these areas right over here up to like 32, let's say 3200s. Let's start there up to like 3206. There's actually a red fib there. You can't see it because of the dynamic, but there's one right here, 3202 right here. So here, just because we want to see, you know, candles move a little bit quicker, I think majority of us here can kind of grow impatience looking at the higher time frames, just viewing the lower time frames. There's a nice 9 there. That was nice. That was decent. It's printed a 5. That tells me that trend isn't done yet. So that's on a 21 minute. Yeah, this 9's going to print probably higher. Yeah, that's 9's probably going to print somewhere up here on this session. I'm going to look to add on that short. Add on my short on that. Not here. I'm waiting for that 9 to print higher. What is that, 3126? Yeah, 3126. Oh, my bad. That was a 9 over here. Okay, so I just need this 9 to be a little bit higher. Right over here, somewhere inside here. That would be ideal. But that 9 wasn't. Yeah, we'll probably come back and revisit this. There you go. Clear that 9. You need to push a little bit higher there, buddy. Just maintain short. Yeah, I would look to see if 31.26 will give you that entry. That's a throwdown, if I ever saw one. But we get throwdowns like these, and then it just pulls right back up. So take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, 89-minute needs to close underneath here. So the next 35 minutes it needs to close underneath there, which is 31.12. To keep that setup phase into a bullish setup phase. But right now it's entered into a bearish setup phase. So we want to see it kind of close underneath there and then follow suit, just continue to make its way back down. I'm looking at the 31.26 just from a 1 minute perspective, just looking at the sequential count right here. Yeah, so higher. There it is. All right. It just cleared that. Box was violated, which is fine. Still feeding into the fair value gap that we have that was above. It just tested this support area over here. You can see it like that. I added to mine. I was waiting for that push up. I added to mine. All right, that looks good. I like that. What did that give me? It gave me that. Still coming back underneath 31.23. I had 31.26. That sat in that area. That's fine. What else sat over here? A little bit shy of that. I'm gonna get rid of that for now. Oops. We're gonna get rid of that for now. And we're gonna come back over to 1 minute, make sure that that bleeds over. Probably got a little bit more room in it, guys. Look for that. Look for 31.47. I'm aiming for 2900s. I'm looking for a sweep. I'm looking to sweep this area. I want this to be swept. I'm still long. I'm long from these zones. I'm not panicking, if you will. I'm good in either direction. But I'm maintaining my long in the event that we do push into like 3200s, then I don't want to miss that boat. It's the beauty of hedging. Yeah, wait for a PM session. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. Just wait for PM session. It looks like New York morning session is kind of stalling out. So I'd wait for a PM session. If we're going to have a move down to the downside, a strong and aggressive move down to the downside, that's what I'd be looking for. But to answer your question, yeah, I'm looking for this to be swept. That's the idea. I'd be looking for swing longs inside of these zones. And it could be here, it could be here, it could be even into this fair value gap. It could be inside this zone as well too. But I'm telling you, this 3123 area is, I mean, we've had a bunch of candles that have gone above it, but every single candle has closed underneath it. We haven't had not one session close above 3123 from a 610. Nice sell there. Losing strength. What did 89 minute do? Some loss of strength, but there's really no buy signal on that. Oh. And you got a shaved right here. You got a shaved head that sits here. And 89 minute has roughly 25 minutes left inside that session. You want people to keep longing this area. If you're short, you want people to keep longing this. And if you're long, you want people to keep shorting this. I wish I could do pulls in here. I can't do pulls in here. Well, it's trying to test 3123. It's trying to reclaim it. It's fighting for its life to reclaim 3123. It's a key area over here for it. When we had that initial strike down, then we kind of moved into these areas. We moved into like 3180s, but then you had a throwdown underneath it. Tried to break it, couldn't, failed, didn't even come close, failed. Tried its hardest here, failed. Tried yesterday, failed, and is trying now again. Here. There's only so many times that it's going to hit that it finally gets acceptance. But look at this area though. Like it pushed all the way up to 3168, and then came all the way back down, pushed all the way to 3064. And there's what, 4 hours left inside of this session. 4 hour looks good. From a bearish perspective, it looks decent, at least how this candle's forming. But this is a good, you know, a lot of people long in this area. People are just buying. They're like, I'm going to buy every single dip. I don't know. How do I make, let's find out. I have no idea. I haven't done polls on here before. Oh, there's a poll. Nice. Okay. Uh, Thank you guys. I found it. Yeah, I got it. I see here. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Should be able to zoom in from your mobile. Yeah, PA on all sides. USDT, BTC, ETH. I think they're all in really weird spots, to be quite honest. It feels like inducement, which supports the overall time frame that it's we're in this massive consolidation time frame. And I think it's going to be weird like this for the next 60, 70 days, to be honest. Here you go. 5-second candles. It was a joke. It was a joke. We're not looking at 5-second candles. Yep. That makes sense. But we know how crypto works. I think it's an easier grab, to be honest with you. I think there's more liquidity to push down to the downside. We can actually go back to liquidity. We can look at the liquidity again on for BTC, and we can look at it for ETH. Right, there's a decent amount that sits here. There's also a good amount that sits here inside this area for BTC, like all the way up to like 93 inside that area. But just look at that cluster. I think that cluster is a little bit easier to go after. I'm gonna go to a higher time frame. Let's look at 15-minute real quick. Right, like if this thing's gonna boom, then 93, 667 inside that area is where basically take out all these shorts that push down to the downside. And then people that are continuously longing, if we're going to take those areas out, then, we got 89 down to, I'd say the bottom of that pocket's like around 88, 855. That feeds into the daily setup that we were looking at. Same thing here for ETH. you know, ETH has liquidity that sits all the way up to 33, 39, then that would mean that wave 4 is done. And basically that's going to be a wave 5. I'd be shocked if we go there first before coming and trying to collect this liquidity down over here, which sits right around, again, 3068. So sweeping that into these levels, 2970s, that kind of makes more sense to me. Oh my gosh, that would be a giga dump. 2618. Wee! Wee, wee, wee. We go back down to 2600, so I don't see why we don't go down a little bit further. I don't see why we don't go down to like 2500s, 2300s. What are the big boys doing? This guy's quite profitable. And this guy's sitting in longs. His long on ETH is from 3120. Wow. What's his liquidation? 2200. Nay. This guy's underwater. Somewhat profitable. Oh my gosh. This guy's probably struggling right now. Who else is long? Where are the rest of the whales? This cat is long. Where are you long from? Ooh. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and ignore that. Where are you long from? What do you look like? Jeez Louise, bro. Close the charts. Is it the same dude? That's the same dude. $1.3 in the red. Even these whales, I mean, even these whales are underwater. Not many, there are only a select few that are actually sitting profitable right now. At least they have been profitable for some time. This guy right now, this guy's doing pretty well over the last week. 11 mil. And he's long on everything. So just following where that money's going. Yeah, there's a wall that's at 3220. Oh, we went to the top of that. Fantastic. All right, let me go back to the charts for you guys. Nice move. All right, now it's going to come back and try to flip this zone. This is what it's trying to do right now. It's trying to flip the support area that we had. We had this little push up to this level, 3145. So it's trying to flip that before we had that push down. So let's do something here. Let's get a little bit more. There you go. Let's do that. And I want to check one thing on 89 minute. That's got 17 minutes left. That's, whew, you need a Hail Mary to push down. If not, you're going to be quite bullish. That looks like an ascending wedge to the upside. It looks like it's at a breaking point too. What did we say? We had like 17 minutes left on that 89 minute? Like 15 minutes left on that? Break down from there. We'll take it. That's what we're looking for. Testing that 3123. It's loving it. Let's go. What are we doing here? You breaking out? I'm good, man. I'm good. Good. How are you? Thank you for asking. Just watching this PA. ETH. If you want to go up, I'm totally okay with you going up, ETH. And threaten me with a good time. Not done with you. Oh, that makes sense because 7 was higher than 9 here. Yeah, we should have caught that. We got distracted on lower time frames. That calls for that move right there. Let's go to a 13-minute real quick. We're still printing a 6. 89 minutes, still deferring back to that. That needs to have a massive push down in the next like 10, 12 minutes if it's going to move back down to the downside. If not, then we just got to wait for the higher targets to start shorting it. I'm looking at this next target right here, 31.47. We violate that, then I'm looking at 32.06. But this needs to have like a pretty strong aggressive push like here in the next couple minutes just to reflip this setup phase. Right now it's showing a bearish setup phase. It just printed a 1, but I need to get back down to these levels. Actually, let's take that off for a second. Yeah, I need to get underneath here. So we'll just mark that off, see if we can get back to these levels. And then the next session would be 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that closed bullish, so then that would flip it. Yeah, so then I need to get into this area over here next on the next session. Relatively same areas. Like, so this is the targets where we need to close underneath to give us confirmation that we're going to have moves back down to the downside. We could always come to these levels and just kind of kiss it and then move right back up. So you just got to be diligent with that. You guys like to stream on YouTube? You guys still prefer Discord? Remember, we have our Thursday one. Our Thursday one's going to be private. It's just going to be us inside Discord. Will the man not see God? What's it here? What's it here? 3136. That's this area right up here. That's this box right here. That'd be interesting. And got a 13 printing on 1 minute. Yeah, push us right into this. That'd be great. There we go. It's done this once already, so we need to see an aggressive push down. Yeah, that's a deep push on in 7 minutes. I'd be shocked if that happened in 7 candles. Just looking at an ascending wedge. Good. What's 80% of that? Let's look at that real quick. I'll go from here. That's an 80% benchmark. Let's look at some fib zones. And instead of a compression section. Okay. Okay. I'm just marking this off just for my own kicks and giggles. So typically when you're measuring out like ascending wedges, um, descending wedges, you have symmetricals, things like that. Usually you want to look at like 80% of where that pattern is formed. Take 80% of that, and that's typically where you start to see the breakout for that pattern. So for this, just based on that thesis, it'd be somewhere around here, which is like in the next 10-15 minutes at this area. So I wouldn't be shocked if we, continue to get to this area, maybe even test this area here on the new 89-minute, push a little bit higher, and then come and retrace that level, right? Because this 89-minute right here for the next session, I don't think it's going to happen on this session. It's got 4 minutes left in the session. Counting 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4, it would put this session here. So we would need to come and close underneath here to change the setup phase. But now we got some curvature going to it right here. I'm just looking at the roundness of this. See how it's rounding out here like that. You want to see that it holds that. That's your signs of weakness that you're looking for. Probably. I don't know. I don't know if there's any news on that. Maybe he did. That's what's up. What kind of plants do you have? I got a whole bunch here too. I got some orchids. I have some pothos Um, I have some irises. I have some dracenias. Oh, my quality is better. That's what's up. Yeah, I noticed that too. I think maybe because I'm streaming through OBS, maybe OBS. I think the settings I have on OBS, it probably enhances the voice. I don't know. I gotta double check it. Yeah, get me into this gray box. Get me into like this area right over here. That'd be ideal. Sweep more highs. That's fine too. We're gonna take a fib zones just so it's not distracting. Okay. Do I remember Orty? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't traded Orty in a minute, man. I didn't trade Orty all of last year. And beginning of this year I still haven't traded it. Sheesh. But like, I mean, look at that. Like there's this, price discovery down here. Like, where does it really want to go? Let's look at USDT real quick. USDT had a small little collapse. You got a impulse candle brewing. What are you going to do here? What do you want to do? I think I have a 610 on you too. Yeah, you're maintaining this area. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So trying to test this level again. And you printed a 9 that was shorter here in this area. So this trend isn't truly exhausted yet. That makes sense for my ETH setup, or at least my ETH thesis. But yeah, Orty. I mean, there's no way to target that we're going to come down to this level. Virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. I still think that wick can get filled. Let's take 50% of that. I didn't mean to do it like that. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, wow. It's already filled 50% of that. Let's measure from the bottom too. So there's two ways that I'm measuring that. I'm measuring the wick and I'm measuring the entire session. Yeah, we came just shy of that. 3.113. That's something I'd be looking for on Orty if I was trading Orty. I might go into it just for kicks and giggles. I might do that. But I have no wave counts. I have none of that stuff here. Nothing that I can ultimately work with. Harmonic wise, A, B, C, A, B, C, and that's a D. That's a, no pun intended, that's a deep D. Meh. I mean, I can use it, I can work with it, but I'd probably set entry somewhere around here. I mean, you'd have to run a low leverage. Jeez. And I'd try to target wave B, yeah. Ideally, full TP somewhere inside this area, but I would first TP somewhere around here, wave B, and then look for wave C for taking higher profits, more profits. Why does this keep going so deep? I don't want it that deep. I'd run a tight stop loss on that. That's what it would look like for me on Orty. I'll throw some zones on there real quick so we kind of get an idea as far as what zones look like on there. And let's look at some liquidity as well too. Yeah, look at that. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. What's the fib level on that? Yeah, ETH is right back underneath that level. So 0.76 fib. Dios mío, really. 1.2 billion. Good gosh. Oh, that's nasty. People are going to jump off a bridge, I promise you. Oof, that's nasty. That's nasty. Let's go back over to ETH. I want to look back at that 89 minute. What did you do on that 89 minute? Did you start a new session? Yeah, you started a new session. You just came just underneath it, just shy of it. Still trying to maintain that level, that area. I could look at it this way too. Maybe wave C is not done here, so I get a little push. That's quite possible. Not 100% accurate, just kind of giving you an idea as far as like pivot points. Unless I get a double top for a pivot point here. Maybe. That makes more sense. What was that level that we were looking at over here? Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. It'd have to be a much smaller pattern. No. Maybe. That's a C pony. Actually, that's a bullish 5.0, to be honest with you. That's exactly what that is. But I don't know if we're going to see something like that. That would be my first TP on that if I'm scalping it. Then I'm targeting here in this area. And if we sweep this area to the left over here, then we're going to be heading towards the targets that we've been talking about. So I'd probably TP here first, take 25%, 15% in the event that we come back into these levels. Then I'd take another TP here in this area because it's acted as a point of support here to the left. And if we get acceptance down to the downside, I'd look at this as a next TP. That's how I'd set that up. All right. We're at that 80% benchmark. Let's see if we can get a push up, maybe retest this area and then get a push down. Actually, I'll leave that there and we'll just tone that down. I'm still long from these areas. I didn't long here this morning. I just held. So if anybody's curious, I'm long from these zones over here. I didn't want to add because I was anticipating a little bit lower, but not the case. No, my entry was 31.58. So I entered over here at these levels. And I took some profits. I took profits early actually first thing this morning. I think I woke up like at 4 o'clock in the morning. I took some profits here at this level. And form a channel. Maybe it gives me a channel. Channels, patterns, all that, they're always going to be speculative. They're never ever confirmed until they actually come to fruition. So, just handle patterns diligently. It's one of the reasons why I like harmonics the most, because it's definitely going to give me 5 different swing points, not necessarily speculation as far as where my trend line is. Is that the top or is that the bottom of a trend line? I think the best entry to get into a short would be like something like 3200s, if it gives us that. So now we're testing above. What's 89 minutes showing us? All right. You violated that. That's fine. I'll get rid of you. All inside this box. There you go. What'd you push up to? Right inside that zone. It's pretty strong. 47 would be ideal. I want to see what happens at 31.47, which was all of this right now. We're just filling in a fair value gap. We're just creating balance inside this area. We got to flip that fair value gap. Let's go ahead and add it on here. Yeah. And we can see what's left of it here. That is a pretty aggressive pull. Look at that. That's an aggressive pull. I feel like shorts here are going to feel a little bit of a pinch. Nice 9 that printed there. That's decent. And what was I saying earlier? Going A, B, and then C, and then maybe a possible D here. I can measure from here. I'll just take a shorter one, actually. Let's look at some pivots real quick. Bum, 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 bum. Use your brain, Saint. There you go. All right, bet. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. That needs to be confirmed, but I'm going to just go ahead and jump the gun and go this route. See, that wouldn't make any sense. I would need to come down to these levels, if not these levels, any one of these three. Let's just give it best case scenario. Coming back to retest New York open high. Excuse me. And 610 has a lot of time left in it. 610 has what? 3 hours left on this current session. If you shorted these levels, let me know, let me know, let me know. BTC is somewhat bullish. I mean, it's got some lower levels it can touch. I mean, even if it goes to 88, that's still bullish. So overall, I think we still haven't opened a position. Oh boy. What you waiting for? I'm joking. It's a joke. Like, if you don't have any, you shorted 31.26. Okay. Yeah, see if that 31.23 is going to hold. I'm short from above there, and I'm long from below. So me personally, I'm just kind of managing both sides. I took profits on when I got down to the downside. When we got down to these levels, actually no, that's a lie. When we got to these levels, I took initial profits here, and then I just let the rest run down into these levels, and just managing the runners. To be quite honest with you, I didn't add to my long. Should I have added to my long? Yeah, I would have had more profit here in this area, but I was anticipating a little bit lower just based on that thrust. Actually, let's go to 610. Just based on this thrust, you know, I was anticipating these lows. I wanted to see it sweep these. And see, even this candle, this current candle didn't come lower than this 9. So it hasn't even created a balance here in this level. Let's say it came down to like right over here. You know, it would have cleared that 9. This is still going to be deeper. So ideally, you want to see this area being swept. That's really what you're looking for. So you might just got to be a little bit patient on it. Remember, Monday, I'll reiterate this, Mondays is about building that position. And then Tuesdays and Wednesdays is where you're going to see the real profits. %63% of you guys say 3206 comes first before 2987. You guys were asking me about BTC. What I'm looking at on BTC is going to be the liquidity. So I'll share that with you real quick. You know, so maybe targeting these areas. That's 89 down to like 88 inside these areas. There is liquidity that can move to the upside, and you see a short squeeze up to like 93. I'm game for that if I was long on BTC. But I think this area proves to be a little bit of a shorter distance considering the resistance that we have over here inside this area. So that's something that I would be paying attention to. At least that's what I'm looking at. If I'm on a BTC short, or if I'm looking for BTC long areas, I'm looking for that 88, 89 area. Got a nice push down on that. That's decent. What does this take me to? That's, I don't want to go that low, but if I get to 2980, 2987, that's decent. If I can get to those levels. I'm down. Down. So one of the reasons I'm holding both sides is because if I'm going to try to build a short, then I want to keep my long running to help me protect that position as I build that short. So it's one of the reasons why you'll find me hedging. It's not necessarily utilizing it for profits. It's more of using it for risk management purposes. So after I've already taken profits and I leave my runners going, then that gives me an opportunity to start building. I'm not necessarily worried about the profit on them. In the event, like I said, if I'm wrong, then I'm already positioned. Then I can make up for any type of burns that I may have. I think I put that in last week's poll to show you guys how to hedge, but majority of you guys were just asking for live trade. So I'll put it back up again for Thursday's class. If you guys want to vote for that, for that being a class on how to hedge, or at least what's the appropriate way of how to hedge. Yeah, waiting for 31.47. Yeah. What did we go to? 31.45, just shy of that level. Yeah. Face, I'll never change. I keep it real. I keep it real, my G. I keep it real. I'll end the poll at ooh, that's a good push down. I'll end the poll at noon session. Noon session would pretty much do the exact same thing. We're gonna measure out where those levels are gonna be at, break above, break below. And then we're going to look for targets of retesting. I think 3095 is going to be a good area to start making decision making if we're just going to kind of bounce around inside that range, you know, between 3160s, 3095. If we can break below 3095, then we're looking for 3073. If we break below 3073, then, you know, 2900s come into fruition for us. Just remember the characteristics of ETH. ETH can run both sides and it has a higher probability of retracing pumps. So even though we got a morning pump from New York Open, it could always retrace this entire move. And that's nothing to be shocked about. That's just normal ETH behavior. That's normal. Well, maybe I'm saying that too loosely, right? Like that's just normal consolidation behavior. So that tells you, you know, swing long, swing shorts, those are just difficult to have. Once we get into those key levels, like let's just say that ETH comes down to 2200, right? Inside the month of January. Or going into February, it comes down to 2200. Like those are going to be some key levels that I would be looking for swing longs. And then those are positions that you can just basically hold for, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Granted that that's where we're going to bottom out in those areas. Like that's going to be our low. I'm using air quotes here. That's going to be our low for the year. Then I'd be looking for us to get into, you know, 3900s, 4100s inside that area and then make a decision. Okay, do I need to start exiting inside this area or are we going to go for an all-time high? I think if we can reclaim 3800s, 3900s on a weekly count perspective, then we have a higher probability of reaching a new all-time high. Isaiah 54 verse 17. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. And every tongue that rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn. Amen. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's try to do some giveaways during these streams. I'll come up with something for you guys. We'll probably do them on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, the more profitable days. We'll do some random picks. I think ideally if we can get to like 150, 200 viewers during that session, we can do some giveaways around that. You know, I'll parse out maybe like 500 USDT, and then we'll do something like every hour or so within like 5 hours. Random winners. You guys want to do something like that? What does 89-minute look like right now? Yeah, it's still popping into like wave C areas, if you will. I feel like wave C is formed. Honestly, I genuinely feel like wave C is formed. Just do bright green on these just so it's easier for us to manage in that area. Yeah. Yeah. Makes everyone's time worthwhile. And I'm going to try to do these earlier before New York session opens. You know, really dive in so you guys can see my mindset behind these. I mean, ideally, I like to start. I start charting way earlier, but I like to start charting these, you know, at minimum like 45 minutes before New York session opens. But if you guys have noticed during London session, that's when we start to see all the wild moves, like 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. At least my time frame, my time zone. I'm Eastern Standard. 3150. Yeah, that's something we're looking at. I think I got it mapped on a. Yeah, it's right over here. Yeah, up to 3151. That's his red box right over here. That's his fair value gap. We filled a good chunk of it, a good portion of it. You know, all of this right here, we filled a good portion of it. You know, if we're going to be bullish, then we need to fill that fair value gap and flip it. So then price action essentially needs to move into this level, clear this red box, wherever it decides to land, and then act as a point of support. Maybe it grabs the bottom of it or grabs the top, and then it moves higher. That's what we would need to see for a bullish outcome. I'm going to come back down to a 1 minute just because we can see price action moving a little bit more aggressive. This is just speculation, not necessarily hanging my hat on this. I'm just looking at some pivot points where we can get another pivot point. So far, I have 4 of them. So really, we're going to be hunting for that 5th one. But it can also go deeper, right? Right. This could be the swing point. And then you can see something like this, just being wave A, and then maybe that's a wave B. And then you get something where you come back into this fair value gap, testing the rest of this, and then you get a little bit deeper. So again, it's all speculative. One way that we can look at this too is we can look at this as being like an ABC. Let's just go ahead and use a full fib here. So let's just assume it stops right over here. Let's just assume. Then, you know, seeing a retest come back into this area. Now look at that. Of course, 3123, because that's the magic number. That's the magic area. Extension level would be right around here. Let's say this is an A. And let's go ahead and put a 0.382 on there because that's going to be bare minimum. So maybe we see something like this. Actually, I'll do it like this. I'll do it the proper way. Let's do this proper. You know, that's pretty bearish, but it could always come into here. But let's just say that's that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this over so I can see what those extension levels look like. Right. So this puts us in that area there. We're talking about the 89-minute, you know, if we come back and test this area. So we have some fib levels that come into this area. So if you're short, I'm looking at, you know, TPing in that area, taking some profit in the event that we're just going to have another up thrust to the upside. But if it starts to break down, you know, wave C can get pretty deep. I mean, that's ridiculous, but it's not out of the question. This is going to be very bullish. Still bullish, still bullish. This becomes like bullish neutral. You know, if we get a thrust down to these levels, I wouldn't be looking to long it, to be quite honest with you. I'd still wait for that sweep. Wherever that sweep lands us, that's what I would take advantage of. So let's flip this back over and let's kind of gauge where our levels are going to be at. We can see that we already tapped into 0.382, so let's see if it wants to respect that level. All right. If it doesn't, then we have these levels over here. I can actually put a 0.5. I can actually put all of them on 0.5 and 618. And let's just move this over. Well, yeah, 31.23 is a key level, man. It's trying to maintain that level because it was a previous support. So it's doing its best to try to reclaim that area. I really don't have anything here from just utilizing this. I don't have anything here. We can go A and then B and then maybe another C and then D. You could also go A. You could also do it this way too to help feed into it. Let's see what that looks like real quick. That's going to end up be a anti-shark or a crab pattern, something like that. Let's see what comes here. Nothing. It's not going to look like that. That would look more realistic. Let's move this over too. Yeah, this looks more realistic. And you can see that. You can see that from a pattern perspective. But again, speculative. That's why when we get to these levels right over here where these green lines are at, I want to look at, you know, taking profits on the short. I'm not going to add back to my long. I'm just going to take profits on my short, leave my runners. So that way, you know, my account balance is still going to continuously grow, but I'm also not going to lose money if I go back in the other direction. Let's count 4 back. Let's just double check our work real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we're right about that. We're going to get rid of this real quick because we really technically don't need that. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it just because it's good for aesthetics, just seeing it this area, just maintain this area. So if I'm bullish, and let's say you longed in this area, you want to see this, and then a move back up. That's what you're looking for. My runner, is on my long 28K. I really want to see that. I mean, this weekly. Yeah, see, it's just Monday, man. What is this? 3,095 inside this area? I mean, that's kind of bearish. We get down to these levels. What changes this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Wait, are you? Oh, you're bearish. Wow. So down here, what is that? 3,000 even? Yep. Wouldn't be surprised if we do that. That would be a sweep too. Put us right inside this area. That's kind of risky to start building there, but yeah, I don't think that would be a bad idea because then that sweeps the 610. That puts us in the set at level, but it also front runs the 0.88 fib level of like 2987. So I'd look to start building inside here down to here. That's not that big of a swing. I mean, that's not that big of a drawdown. But I would look to DCA that if this week can just turn around and just go boop, come down to these levels. All right, 4 minutes until PM session. A little bit less than 5%. No, sorry, 0.5%. Excuse me. I don't know why I said 5%. 0.5%. Yeah, so we want to see. I want to see what happens here. This definitely looks like an A, and then looking for a B. Either B here, B here, or B here, or B here. Any one of these levels. You know, as we start violating those levels, I just start removing them because I don't need the noise. So 0.32 wasn't sticking. Now we're looking at 0.5. 0.5 golden rule or rule of thumb, excuse me, is if price action is below 0.5, that's bearish. If it breaks above, that's bullish. So what I mean by bullish is just this trend moving up being bullish, this trend being bullish. We still have all these levels, all these remainder levels. If we break above here, then this becomes bearish retest. You have extension levels that sit over here. So if you break above this high, these are then going to be extension levels. And you see 3148 sits right around that 3147 level. I think majority of people are seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, right? Like they're getting to this 3123 and they're wanting it to maintain. So they start building longs right on that line. Actually, I'm going to go look at some of the whales to see what some of these whales are doing. I'll share with you guys so you can see. I mean, it's almost 50-50. Yeah, it's 50-50. It looks like an indecision day. Is this the same homeboy we were looking at earlier? Yeah, he's up. He just went up another mil. He's predominantly long. He's long on his ETH. He added to his position. That's interesting. He added to his position at 31.20. Your liquidation is 22. Where are you short from? Underwater. Underwater. Sitting right there. What is your... this is another good one. You're predominantly short on BTC, ETH, and Sol. You're a little bit underwater. That's BTC, excuse me. 31.31. So, okay, you got good risk management. You're like at 5K and some change. What was it short? Where are you short from? You're also short from the same area? 31.31.25? Oh, that's the same guy I just checked out. What about this cat right here? Ooh, you're underwater. Oh, that's just ridiculous, dude. Oh my gosh, how do you manage that, bro? Oh man, I'd have a brain aneurysm. Bro, that's insane. That's insane. That's insane. He must be running a bot. There's no way you're doing that by hand. No way you're doing that by hand. He's got to be running a bot. No way. How big are your position? What are you at? Yeah, you're at 5x, 5x. Yeah, 3x. Yeah, you're running a bot. You're running a bot. So what is your bot predominantly having? Basically 5 million between ETH. Dang. That's a big account. Your liquidation is 36,000. No wonder you don't care. 467,000. Jeez. Yeah, I need to pay attention to this cat right here. This guy must know something we don't know. But he's running his bots. So he must have a lot of faith in his bots. I personally don't use bots. I enjoy the hand trading. Yeah, this cat is down 420 grand. And he's predominantly short on a lot of things. What is he? He's only long on FET. Oh, that was 2 days ago. Okay. He ran that for 9 hours, made 28 bands. BTC's trying to hold that 92. Your next level is 91. Man, you lose all those levels. It's night night. $31.80. I was looking at this last night. $31.80. That's one of the order blocks I was looking at. That would be a decent squeeze up to there. Yeah, I'd take that. All right, so let me go back to the charts for us. Yeah, that's insane. 59 positions, that's definitely a bot trader, bro. But I want to track that guy because he's heavier on shorts. At least the coins that I'm looking at. And this guy obviously has a good amount of good amount of capital. So I want to see what they're doing. I don't necessarily follow what they're doing. I just want to see what the big boys are doing. Kind of follow suit, fall in line with what their analysis is. But he's short from what 31.20 and some change. All right, so we're going above 0.5 inside this area. So my next target's going to be here. Ah, you're breaking underneath. That's interesting. Yeah, push a little bit above. Come on, come on. This is kind of what I'm looking for right now. I want to see something, wherever this break is at, and wave B could be invalidated, right? Let's just say it just keeps going, then it's invalidated. It is what it is. Hmm. I think some traders are going to do this and don't do this. Don't base that off of that because you have fib levels that go above. So if you see an up thrust, is because majority of I'm not going to say retail like we're not retail, but for all intents and purposes, retail, if you will, would probably end up trying to short this area, and then you'll see an up thrust. Let's look at some liquidity here just on 1 minute. What do I have below? What do I have below? I only got a small pocket here. I don't have a lot up here. I got a good amount right sits right here. That lines up real good. Yeah, give me that level, please. Give me that level, please. Just slightly above it. And then you have a small throwdown underneath it. All right, I think some of you guys are still waiting for 31.47. I think some of you guys are still short or started shorting inside of these zones. If you started shorting this area, let me know. We'll manage it together. PM session just started and I completely overlooked that. And that was this session right over here. Let's take this dynamic off real quick. This is PM session, right? Yeah, PM session started right here. So let's look at it like that. And let's look at it right here. There you go. We got PM session right there. It's a small range. Anytime you see small ranges, you're gonna get up thrust or down thrust. You're just essentially you're gonna see thrust. It's like starting to wind up in that area. Film y'all. Anybody else have 59 positions open? All right, so just manage this. I'm gonna get some water real quick, guys. Be right back. I'm still here though. Okay. What are you going to do here? You going to bounce above it? What does that look like for 89 minute? Not a good look for 89 minute. Let's look at that 1 minute. All right, so now we're going to look for that C leg. Feel the joy of a man who is never a boy. Yeah, 31.15, 31.12 in that area. If it just completely nukes, it goes down to lower levels. You know, so now that I have it established, I'm just going to flip this over. Or like this would be like best case scenario for bullish scenarios. But like if we nuke, then I'm looking at these levels right over here. And if it gets deeper, like if we get to these levels, I would see maybe another small little bounce, and maybe it comes back to 3,095, and then we'll get lower. The end result of what we're looking for is we're looking for this to be swept. These areas to be swept. Did that double bottom, bro? $3,064 flat even. And you went 6 cents underneath. There's no way you cleared out on 6 cents, bro. I need that trend to be completely balanced before I feel comfortable with swing longs. Everything, or even swing shorts too, right? So basically just intradaying them. Scalp them out. Take your profits. We're going to test 31.23 here again. You know, bounce, bounce. Came below, close above, bounce. Now we want to see that same test again. $1.13, that could be a wave C fib level. Broke beneath it just a smidget there. They love that 31.23. They love that 31.23. Yeah, 1 minute just bounced off of that. You're going to come back and retest this area, aren't you? What's your guys' goals this week? Maybe I can help you hit your goals. The more you share with me, the more I know. Can't just be a dollar amount. I mean, a dollar amount's fine, but if you're going to go into dollar amount, then I'm going to need to like expose what your portfolio size is, what your margin is, things like that. So what are some of your guys' goals this week? Yeah. Impulse coming. 1 minute. We got an impulse brewing here. Let's see what this looks like. Take that 31.23 longs out. Let's sweep those. That would feed the narrative. Your goal is 200 million. Peace. I like that. I like that. I like that. Peace will be with you, brother. Oh, you bought a house? That's what's up, bro. Congratulations. You want to make a swing long? Yeah, we just gotta wait for that, man. Let's wait for those 2900s, and then we can assess. We can get to those 2900s. You know, I'm with you. I'll be looking for my swings as well. Fewer trades. I like that. What up, Obserk? What up? What up? I like that. I like that. On the island broke. Yeah, flip it into an Airbnb or something like that. But you know the mission, bro. We're just waiting. We're waiting for that swing long before we can use that account, or at least really start building it. The idea is for us to get into a swing long, and we can just kind of walk away. And then once that's built, then we can parse it out to a sub account, and then we can start doing some scalps to feed it. But I'll digress. Yep. I got you, bro. Do 500 to 5K. That's what's up. What up, Doge? Yeah, you had a good week last week. That's what's up. I remember. So just try to engrave this in your guys' minds, right? When it comes to Mondays, Mondays are about building, and then your real profit days will come on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, sometimes Thursdays, but Tuesdays and Wednesdays is when you should be see majority of the profit. And as we get later in the day, later in the session, we're getting closer to that Tuesday, we're getting closer to that Wednesday. So you start seeing those moves start coming a little bit more and more and more to fruition. So, what I'm saying here, TLDR, just be patient with it. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. That's what's up. Congratulations. Um, I think during bear market is when 2022, 2023. That's where I was the most profitable. I made really really good money during that time, and I mean I was making more money than my commissions as a mortgage broker. And it was, I wouldn't say it's less stress, but it was less people that were dependent on me, that were outside of my family. It was literally me versus me. Boy, they are squeezing both sides here. That's a tiny little range, 31.23 through 31.28. Literally a 5 pip differential, giving false hope on both sides here. Dun 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 dun. Simon says, "Get the hands in the sky, in the back. What's up? Yes, rub on you." Yeah, you're already ahead in the future. Nothing happening. Greetings from the future. Nothing's happening here yet. Bum 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 bum. Simon says, "Do we need to activate the bears again? Is that what this needs? Do you need the bears?" I won't do that to y'all. I do have the bears saved though. Where are the bears? Man, I need to clean this up. This is so messy for me. Where are the bears? Oh, here they are. And the bulls are right there. Let's go look back at 610. How much time we have left on 610? We've got 3 hours left. So a 3-hour session just began. Sheesh, if this thing gets down to here. On that candle, that's a whipsaw if you ever saw one. That is a nasty whipsaw. If this pushes all the way down to here and then closes in the area, they're trying to push everybody out. Everybody's just going to sit and wait. Perfect world would be if it came all the way down to here, then that's bearish. But I can see and smell a whipsaw coming down to these levels. That's why I think, taking profits in those areas would make more sense running on that short. Because whipsaw really kind of points towards indecision. It's taking out both sides. So the chances of you going right back to entry are they're 50-50. Even if you're long, right? Even if you're long from this area, or if you're short from this area, it's like a 50-50. You can come right back into that zone. Did you just run truncation? Bro, you didn't run truncation on that. One close above. I'll label that like bearish retest inside this zone. Let's go to 89-minute real quick. Let's see what that looks like. See how this looks? How this candle looks? All right, if it closes right here, then we'll get a doji, which a doji is the same as an indecision. But if you can picture this mentally and just kind of take a mental photograph of that, go into a 610. If we see the same thing where it comes down to here, we'll get an indecision. It's basically this whole move was a whipsaw. Big boys don't want anybody to play right now. Woof, where did that come from? Look at you. With a throwdown. Bring it lower. Bring it lower. Take out the 2123. Thank you. Take those out, please. Let's go ahead and add in some volume dynamics in here real quick. Liquidity dynamics. Yeah, so this is a good target. I think that's a good target for profits. I'm not interested in long in that area. I'm just interested in taking profits on the short. There you go. Take a little bit of time. So 3123s. Now you can expect people trying to catch knives here in this area. There you go. Keep going. That's what's up. I think some of you guys are short, which is good. So some of you guys should be in some profit here. That's what's up. That's good. Better moves are going to come. They're going to be developed. I'm not going to jinx it. There you go. There you go. 3123 still holding on to those positions. They had a nice push down on those on the 1 minute. Get us down to that 3115. That'll be good for us. There we go. We're getting a little bit closer. Got a new low on that one. That's what's up. Ah, nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look at that. Literally kissed it. Literally kissed it. Literally kissed it. Can't make that stuff up. Can't make that up. I took some profits there, guys. So I'm just letting you know where I'm at with my short. I took some profits there. Still going to leave a runner going in the event that we have lower to the downside. If we decide to come run back up here to these levels, then I'm going to look again for another short. But I definitely took profits in that level. I'm hoping you guys did too. I mean, I'm looking for 30, excuse me. I'm looking for 29.86 inside those areas. So I'm looking like sub 3K. That's my ideal target. And I want to start looking at some swing longs inside those zones. If we lose those 2900s, then voy para casa carajo, this is where it's going to go. Yeah, if we can get there. Like, I'll take, I mean, if let's say it just goes the opposite direction, it's just like, yeah, like, F your mother. we're not going to go to that level. We're going to go to 3,200 first. I'm game for that too. There you go. This is the next level right here. Now it's flipped over to a bearish setup phase. See how that one is printing? So it's just kissing in that area. That's nice. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Nice. Keep going. Keep going. Let's look at 610 real quick. Yep. Bro, if this thing just completely retraces this whole thing like that, oh man, that's going to be disgusting. Breaking underneath it. So hopefully you guys took some profits. You're just sitting with your runners right now. Not an area that I'm particularly interested in longing, me personally. So just maintaining it, right? So we have some extension levels that can come down to here. Right now, I'm just going to get rid of these other extension levels. 1.13 violated, 1.272 violated. We did violate 1.41. So like next technical mathematical level is going to be right over here, 2.24, which is 3,097, which lines up with the New York open high. So coming back and seeing if we can retest that area. But these are the results that we're looking for. People looking to be profitable on these moves. I'm wondering if I should put my camera on here and then set up my Bytunix on here so I can look at real-time P&L. I always feel uncomfortable doing that. You never know who's out there. Yeah, bearish setup phase means that we would go higher. So right now it's in a bullish setup phase here, and it just flipped on this level. But see, this is why I was saying take profit, because if it closes above here, then it goes back into a bearish setup phase. And that's just not something I'm willing to risk getting round tripped all the way back up to here, and then it decides to go higher. I'd much rather just take the profits and look for another entry that's going to be a little bit higher. And I think most traders, they see that and they see like, oh, it's going down. I'm going to hold, I'm going to hold, I'm going to hold, I'm going to hold. And then it starts pulling back up and they're like, damn, I should have took profits. This is why it's important to start mapping out your levels in advance and just having an idea as far as what levels it can be going to and what's going to be a key level for us. So 31.23 was a key level for us. You know, as I've been saying on a 610, you know, we kept on breaching it, but for the most part, most candles keep breaking underneath it. So then when we float down to this 89 minute, now we're going down on a lower time frame saying, okay, well, we had to push up. It changed the setup phase. What level can it come back to retest, to change that setup phase back the other way? And it's going to be these green lines that we're looking at. So if it decides to close above that, then it's going to remain inside of a bearish setup phase, which is going to point towards higher highs, you know, higher highs than this area over here. Maybe testing back into this fair value gap inside of this zone. But for the most part, on this time frame, we just cleared a good chunk of this fair value gap. I'm more biased in the sense of us reaching that level, you know, sweeping, go back over to 610. You know, I really want to see this being swept. That's still considered bullish to me, right? Like if we can sweep those and then come into these levels, then that's good. That's really what we're looking for. So now we're struggling over here. I think we're going to see a little bit of distribution here inside this level. Do I have any shaved head? That looks like a shaved head. Am I tripping? Nope, 1 penny over. So there's actually genuine liquidity there. No shaved heads here. Are you? Unless you're a shaved head. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, you got a shaved head right over here. So I wouldn't be surprised if it decides to make a run back into that level. Clear that imbalance over there, 31.32. Not an area of interest for me to start longing, to be quite honest with you. Not an area of interest. We want to see lower. I mean, we do have some buy signals, but it's relatively weak. Like they're losing some dominance. You're going to see a lot of volatility sitting in this area. If our side decides it's just completely plummet, this thing is going to completely nuke. Let's go over, check out USDT. USDT is also fighting for its life here based on a daily. But boy, oh boy, if this thing can pull all the way back up to here, that's going to be a juicy for shorts. If it decides to nuke, and it's going to be juicy for longs. Like if it can nuke down into these levels, that's going to be pretty juicy for us. There we go. 1 minute's running on a 60 for DMI. It might decide to cool down. That's why I was looking at that 31.32 where there was some imbalance. Keep going. Get us down. I'll take all that. I'll take all that. Yeah, put some hearts in the chat if you guys are profitable right now on these shorts. If you guys started shorting where I was showing you where to short. Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see it. Just haven't seen it yet. Nice. Keep going. Don't be shy. Give me that level. Don't be shy. Let me see. I think we're running. I think this looks like yeah, that looks like a cooldown. You're not that cool yet. It's not to lose hope. Hold on. This is gonna be my next TP sitting inside this area. I'll take another a bit off the top off of that. And then I'll just pretty much just leave runners. Here we go. Yep. Taking some profit right there. Thank you. Thank you. Now I'm just gonna leave runners going. I'll take it. I'm good on either front. I'll set my stop loss to break even. If we decide to push back up to those levels, that's great. If we just completely keep nuking, I'm okay with that too. Yes, give it to me. Just haven't seen it yet. Oh, that's a good move. That's a good move. Appreciate the love, guys. Appreciate the love. Thank you for sticking through with me on that one. I know some of you guys got a little nervous on that. Thank you for sticking with me on that. All right, so now I got an ABC. This looks like this C is pretty much done over here. Breached this level, came into this level. This is going to be like an extreme extension, but wouldn't put it past. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I don't need replay. Take that off. Sorry about that. So we got some cooldowns that are sitting inside these zones. Just come right back to it. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. Bro, erase all that. Erase all that. Do it. Erase all of it. Again, still not interested in adding to my long here. Still maintaining my long in these areas in the event that we come back into these zones. After an ABC, you usually see an impulse. So either if we get an impulse, let's just say we get back into these zones right over here. It's one of the reasons why I was telling you guys to start taking profits, because in the event that we get round trip, that's going to be pretty disheartening. And so maybe we get a wave one after this. I'm just speculating here, right? And then maybe get a wave two that comes into this level, and then we'll get a wave three that looks like that. But if it breaks beneath here, then no, then it's going to be completely invalidated. So it's really all a matter of where this is going to decide to start pausing. Where does this take me to? If I take that, that might be a little bit too zealous. Let's go to 2986. What does it take me? Okay, that's good. I'd like to do like another 7 bands on that. That would be ideal, but I think my target might be a little bit too zealous for me to hit that additional 7 bands. Yeah, I need to get underneath 26. So I'm not going to sit there and hold on to that for me to reach it. I can just reach it doing it through scalps. That's good. That's good. That's good. So now we're going to want to see an up thrust. Remember, so we on an 89 minute, we've already come beneath this level, which is 3115, 3112 inside that area. Now, if we start rejecting off that area, then the setup phase is going to remain inside of a bullish setup phase. So that's going to point towards lower lows on the 89 minute. We need to see how much time we have left on this. We have 9 minutes left on this. So let's count 4 back to change that setup phase again. Let's assume it's the next session. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So relatively puts us inside of this area right here, which is 3109. I'm breaking underneath here. What did we just come to? 83. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna put my maps on. I want to see what that cooldown looks like. I don't need this anymore. We can get rid of that. All right, say less. How do I share this again? Oh, here we go. I appreciate the likes too, guys. That means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for showing love. All right, some questions again. He just came back from cooking. Okay, long. No, waiting for those lower targets on the long. I want to see that sweep. I'll just keep reiterating. We're looking for that sweep. I'm still hedged long for my current position, 3,069, somewhere in that range. In the event that we come right back into this area and we start ranging, so I'll take profits again on that level. At the moment, right now, we breached New York open high, and now we're trying to climb right back above that magic number. At least on this session, I think this session's almost done. Let me double check. We got 5 minutes left on it, so if you decide to pull all the way back up to these levels, we need to close underneath these levels right over here. These green lines that you see here. Mm, that's expected. That's okay. That's why we took profit. Like around 2 o'clock, I'm gonna start scaling out of all the positions here, and then I wouldn't long it. Be honest with you. I mean, you got a new session that's about to begin. You don't know if it's gonna thrust down, and these are pretty strong push downs, right? These are pretty strong push downs. So I think if longing here, that you're just gonna add to liquidity in that area. Excuse me. And just be careful with longs. That's all I'm saying. Just be careful with longs. It's kind of I mean, considering that I'm hedged, it's not necessarily about stop loss for me. It's my hedges. So my hedges are what's protecting me. If you're only open on one side, then I would look at 1%, 1% to 2% away from entry as far as your stop loss. So that could equate to like $35 to $60 as far as differential from your entry. I'm heavier on my short than my long, but not by much. If that makes any sense. I've taken already a good amount of profit on it thus so far. And I just post inside of my corners so you guys can see what margins look like, things like that, what runners look like for me after I've already taken profit. So it's a 7-band move essentially. Um, Probably most likely what I'll do is my recap will be in the beginning of the day, the next day. So streaming every day this week. If you're just strolling in here from Twitter, or maybe you found me on YouTube, whatever the case may be, stream every day, Monday through Friday. Our Discord group has a private class. It's 100% free for you guys at 8 a.m. Beginning of the day, when I start streaming, when I'm here on YouTube or anywhere else for that matter, it's usually about an hour to 45 minutes before New York Open. And so 8 a.m., 8:15, I'll start mapping out those ideas. Because anything can happen during Asia or London. So it's better to kind of get ahead of it and saying, okay, where's the market right now pre-market? What are we looking for pre-market? And then once that session opens, then we start working with what we have. Hmm. I'll end up taking that off anyways. You guys know where I'm at, so. Mm. Of course, absolutely. I'm happy to give the lessons. Being profitable is just a byproduct of it, right? So you guys did an amazing week last week. You guys stuck through. You guys showed up. Just kind of reiterating how last week we ended. You guys showed up, and so brand new week. You guys showed up again. So you learn as you show up, and then you just happen to make some coin on the way. Can you imagine that, going to a college and they pay you instead of you paying tuition? You got to look at that from that perspective. You're paying yourself to learn. That's why it's important to show up. What was that 89 minute? How much time we got left on that 89 minute? Nah, bro, we started scaling in on these levels. I don't know if you came in late. I think you've been here for a little while, but like these were the levels that we were marking off over here. We were targeting fair value gap. We were targeting up all the way up to 31.47. We were just targeting these areas. Reopening a position? No, no, no. What? Yeah. No, not reopening. I scaled out of my my short that I had. You know, I took some profits on that when we got to here. We did a little bit over 6 bands on that on this run, like 66. And then my long did about 28. So just scaling down on those because as you can see what the market's doing right now, it's taking both sides. Like that's a hard candle to trade. That's a whipsaw. And there's still what 2.5 hours left on that candle. I mean, what if it just runs all the way back up to here? I'd kick myself. Like, why didn't I take profit? So it's not a market to be married to any position, to any side. In my opinion, that like this is the perfect environment for hedging and intraday. This is like the perfect environment. This is essentially what I look for. I feel like I personally thrive more in under these market conditions. So we tapped all the way into that. We want to see if that holds. Let's do a remeasurement real quick. Now that we have that, let's measure down all the way to here. I don't necessarily want to see these. What I'm looking for is I want to see reversal, resistance areas. So I'm just going to assume maybe we get a wave 1 out of here. And then let's see if that wave 2 can hold, right? So I'm looking at potential levels for a wave 1. Maybe we get an up thrust into here. And then we get a push down. Like if we can hold and maintain this, then we'll get a wave 2, and then we'll get a wave 3. I'll measure that out as it starts to develop, but that's what I'm looking for because I already have my ABC that occurred. Now I'm looking for that up thrust, that wave 1, then a wave 2. Let's just go ahead and put a 0.382 on there just in case. That puts us over here. I think we come back into this level over here. I think we're going to test it. There's going to be a real dogfight that sits over here inside this area. I wouldn't be shorting it. I wouldn't be shorting it. I'm not going to add to my short. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just going to maintain what I currently have. If I run all the way back up to my current levels, that's going to be a massive wave 1. Then there's going to be an even sharper correction to a wave 2. Mind you, I'm on a 1 minute here, so let's see if we get a wave 1 here. I'm just going to do some speculation here. So just work with me here. I like to see a sharp correction on a wave 2, so I'm marking out some sharp levels. This is all speculative. This can all be adjusted. I'm just kind of trying to get ahead of this here to see if I can get an up thrust. Then that would put me here. Okay, so I'm just going to measure out 1 and 2 thus so far. I need to see a 1 first. So what I'm doing here is I'm just measuring this structure right here. That's it. Just an internal structure to see a wave 1. And then this level would need to hold if we're going to be bullish. If it completely starts dropping, then essentially you have a 1, 2, this is a 3, then this is a 4, and then you're going to get a 5th wave over here. This ABC can turn into a 5 impulse wave, which really shouldn't line up that way. You should have an ABC here. So I want to see, again, we're going to see this level right over here. Yep. I'm like a live broadcaster here, just giving you guys live setups. I mean, live calls. So you know what's going on. But yeah, that's one way you can do it too. You know, do your thing. You'll hear me in the background, giving you shout outs as far as what's developing. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Just measuring these highs from right here down to here. I'm measuring that. Yeah, I'm looking at all these levels, to be honest with you. I'm looking at every single one of these levels. But I mean, I think these levels would come later, you know, maybe like on a wave 3 over here. I'd want to see an impulse to like this 0.5 fib level because it kind of lines up with the 89 minute as far as flipping its phase. If it closes above, then it's still a bullish setup phase being developed. So I actually go over here. Oh damn! And the next 89 minute just began too. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now it's going to be this level. So maybe get a stretch into this zone right over here. But right now it's inside of a bullish setup phase. To flip it into a bearish setup phase, it needs to close above here on an 89 minute. Which I would anticipate we probably come to this 0.5 and then get a retracement back down. I'm going to get rid of these lines here in a little bit. I'm going to wait for that session to finish out. Yeah, you're very welcome. I'm glad you're having a good time. That's good. Yeah, funny. Learning should be fun, right? Should be fun. It's like going into a science class, right? And then you're going to have like live experiment instead of like looking at some texts and books. You actually get to have hands-on experience. I'm one of those individuals. Like, you just try to teach me a platform or something like that. I'm like, just give it to me. Let me play with it for a little bit, and I'll figure it out. And I'll make my mistakes, but that's how I learn personally. My children learn the same way, so it's just us. I think a good handful of people, that's how they learn. So if that works for you, then you're in the right spot. Because that's exactly how I teach. Yeah, I give lessons every Thursday. Every Thursday, we have like a group class, if you will. It's going to be inside Discord. Those are going to be private. So you just joined. Welcome. Glad that you're here. You're in the best place for that. And that class begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't record those classes, so if anybody's curious, I don't. But now that I'm running you on YouTube, it's automatically going to be recorded. So these will be able to be posted for later review later. So if someone's like, "Yo, I missed your stream," they could always come back to the channel and review it, or maybe I'll take some snippets from it, just kind of remind you guys what we were looking at during that stream. But content creation wise, this is way easier than me making videos, editing them, putting captions, things like that. I might take some snippets from it and do it that way, but this feels like it's a little bit easier. But the education classes, no, those are not going to be recorded. That's just going to be kind of like people that have the intent of showing up to specifically learn something. And so, to further answer your question, just give you more information. Usually like a day before, or maybe even a couple hours, but mostly a day before, I'll put a poll inside my corner with 3 different categories that we can dive into. And it's really based on you guys, what you guys really want to learn. I get a lot of DMs from you guys on a personal level. And so I take that information in and kind of getting a grasp as far as where the areas that you are struggling in. So sometimes I may even turn that into a full-blown class. Not calling anybody out or anything like that, just saying, okay, I see a lot of people are struggling in this area. Let me put that poll up and see if there's other people that are struggling in that area too, and maybe we can do some hand holding in that area. So just be on the lookout for my corner when I do put that poll. Make sure that your vote counts, because your vote does count to me. I can talk about an array of things. I'm a talker, if you can't tell already. So. And I'm a faith-based trader, so there's always going to be some word in the beginning and some word as we disperse. I don't say that to offend anybody, but that's just me. That's where I'm led. If faith grows by hearing the word of God. And it looks like it's coming in a little bit shy of that, so maybe we get a wave 2 that appears here. Wait, what's going on? Oh, there it is. I was like, what's going on? Let's make some adjustments here. Oh, so I'll say here, that's the sweet spot, 31.23. It's a minute wave. Might get a little bit lower. Might get something like this. But that looks like a wave 1. So now that I have that, I'm just going to go ahead and take off these other fib levels. I don't need that. I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't. Yeah, I could also see that too, feeding into that. Maybe. Let's look at some zones first. If you go digging through my YouTube, you can find a lot of these educational videos on there. Some of them are like 2 years old, maybe even a little bit longer. Are you going to go here? Wait, what's over here? Yeah, maybe right here. Yeah, that looks more realistic. Let's see if I'm coming to this level, then let's look at what a wave 5 would look like. Um, I gotta flip that over, so don't panic. Yeah, so a little bit higher. Come back and retest that session, but let's see what the height of that looks like, so we just don't get carried away and get a little too aggressive on that. Yeah, so inside those zones. So yeah, that's something that I would look for. If it goes higher than 0.382, then I'll add back the fib levels that I had removed. It came just shy of that. It didn't really respect this 0.382. It just came shy of that. So there could be room that still comes back into that 0.5 area. That's what we're going to be looking for. You know, we got an ABC here, so now I believe this would be our up thrust. Let's see if it tops out here inside this zone or tops out inside this zone. There you go. So that's fine. This is kind of what I'm looking for. Maybe. Yeah, these are going to be tricky right over here where it's going to decide to fall down inside this area. Are you front running fibs again? Wow. You are front running fibs again. Yeah, you just pushed out these shorts who are running tight. Okay. You really don't want to short into wave 2 because you don't know where wave 1 is going to be developed. You really want to look for the long at wave 2. So I'd be looking for one of these levels. Any one of these. And then long it back into here. Take some profits. Wave 3 could also come all the way up to here. So that changed the narrative on a lot. There you go. Keep going. Just go there already. Thank you. Retesting that line. That's what we were talking about just a couple minutes ago. There you go. Let's open that up. Perfect. All right, let's see if it holds that. Yep. So I'm going to make some adjustments for wave 3. Just going to go to the top of that right there. Make some adjustments for wave 5. Or that changes a lot. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep. I see that. Yeah, I'm going to look for a long somewhere inside of these areas. I want to see if I can get a long to maintain itself. So I'm going to look for something. I really like this level right here, the 0.76. I'll keep the stop loss really tight. My average is going to be below this, so I'm okay, but I'm still just going to run a tighter stop loss. And I'm looking for that. And then I take profits. And if it decides to go a little bit higher and we have an advanced wave, then we're targeting over here. But I'd be targeting that. And then I'd look for a short, then just bring the short right back down, because this is going to be a bearish harmonic pattern. I'll change the color of that just so you have a perspective. That's what we're looking for. Let's take these fib zones off just so there's less noise on the chart. These are New York sessions, 3123. We're not getting rid of that yet. That's an important area. This is New York session as well too. New York session as well too. I have this noise on here. We keep bouncing off that area. I'd love to see that be violated. If we lose this level, chances are we're going to start sweeping. We're going to be pushing for those sweeps. So invalidation, just as an FYI, right? We have an ABC correction. So if this is an invalidation would be, you know, even a wick would go beneath this level right over here. Yeah, like I'd say like this area right over here into this zone. Just run an intraday on that. But let's look at 89 minute, right? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's look at 89 minute. Let's clean this up first. Let's just make this cleaner. Where are you from? Where are you from? Okay. Where are you from? Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Where are you? I don't even know where that is, so I'm just get rid of that. What are you? You're my sessions? You're my sessions? You're my sessions? Okay. All right. I'm just going to do the whole thing. I'm just going to call it live. And we're going to go from 5 minute and just make it visible there. All right. And then that allows us to go over to 89 minute. What? Why did you do that? Why? Hold up. Where did you go? Why are you in there? Hold on, guys. Oh, you're a different. I'm wilding here. No, I'm not. Well, here, I'm just going to do this manually then. Because that's bothering me. That works. Just having a clean workspace, something I can operate off of a little bit better. I don't need you right now. I don't need you here. Yeah, potential target, 3091, 3088, 3085 inside of those areas. If we can maintain those areas, and I think we're just inside of this range. That's all. For this invalidation would be just underneath this low right over here. So that is 3082.58 inside that area. So it's sweeping this low right over here, which is 3083. So just a couple dollars underneath, because they would invalidate the wave count for this. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. There we go. So now the short that we had, from above, that short was going to be activate. Obviously, it's a hedge, right? So if I'm going to add to my position here, my average would still be lower than what these entry levels are at, but at least it'll give me the opportunity to get out, not take a loss, and then have my short run a little bit lower so I can take more profits. So if you're hedged and you took profits at the levels that I was showing you where to start taking profits, now you have some profits that you can utilize to go use that for your long. Just start building instead of those zones. Right now, we're waiting for wave one to fully develop. We're looking for signs of weakness. So kind of like how you see me do some of these boxes inside of this area, this is kind of like what we're going to do inside this area over here. Right? So just taking a peek. Yep. I'm okay with that. And I'll put a 618 on here just so we have like an idea as far as, okay, what's the next level? If it loses that level, what's the next level? And then everything else gets adjusted. Wave 3 gets adjusted. Wave 2 gets adjusted. Actually, I think I need to adjust wave 2 now. Yeah, I do need to adjust wave 2. Excuse me. Still doesn't change much for me from wave C. I mean, you could see something like that, but that's kind of silly. That looks a little bit better. And now just do this. Boop. Let's look at this on 89-minute real quick. Yeah, see, it's trying to flip this zone right over here. It's trying to flip that zone. Which is 3121 is 618, which is just beneath that key level 3123. I don't think I marked that off. Did I mark that off? Let's mark that off real quick. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. It's you. You are bearish, right? Okay, yeah, you're bearish. So it's this level right here that it's looking to climb. I'm just going to move one of these over. Actually, you know what? I'll put a fresh line on there so that we can keep the same visuals. But I'm just going to change this a different color. Let's just go to like a purple or something like that. There you go. So it needs to close underneath there on an 89 minute. There's 53 minutes left on this current candle. So it needs to close underneath here. Lower time frame, it started, building a little bit of support here in these levels. It's more of a zone. I'm looking for that zone. So like using this as an example, right? Like I'm measuring out this structure, right, from the swing high over here. Actually, I need to move that up just there. And I need to move you just right there. There you go. I need to make sure my fib is lined up correctly there too. Okay, my fib is lined up there correctly. Good. So, I'm looking at these levels right here. If I get inside of this zone, this is going to be my golden pocket. So there's really not much here unless you wanted to go ahead and draw out some boxes. And I think there's actually a shaved head that sits right there. So I could see us getting to that level, not touching the 618, but also breaching above the 0.5. Let's see if that is a shaved head over here. Open. Yeah, so you have a shaved head that sits right over here. I think you also have a shaved head that sits here. No, there's no shaved head that sits there. So there's a shaved head that sits right over here. I'm interested in seeing what occurs over here inside this level, right inside this golden pocket. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this box. Yeah, see, I got violated, so I really don't need that one. I really want to focus on seeing what occurs over here. And so we'll just keep adjusting. Let's just put you somewhere over here. Let's put you somewhere over here. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Let's move you. And obviously I need to move over wave C just so it makes more sense from a timeline perspective, right? Something like that. And I'll just move over this level. So just make an adjustment for a wave 2. See, inside that golden pocket right here. If you could lock on that, would be great. Thank you. Still same levels I'd be looking at. Right over here. Not much has changed in that regard. There we go. And let's make some adjustments on our other waves. Like for example here, let's make an adjustment on that. And let's make adjustment on wave 5. That would push it a little bit higher. Quite literally, will round trip all of the London shorts from yesterday or earlier this morning. And mind you, these are two different levels. So like if I get invalidation on this pattern, I'm looking at this level right over here, 3167 and some change. So this is what we're looking for. It's speculative, but this is what we're looking for. Aren't you glad you took profits on your short? Oh man. All right. Sorry about that. I had to step away for a second. So inside this golden pocket right now, move this over. And see, that's difficult to peg, right? You know, when you're trying to, you know, hit a specific fib level or inside of a inside this golden pocket, that's kind of difficult to peg. But we did get an up thrust. We did get a 9 that printed just fine. And then we have a throwdown underneath the 0.5 fib level. So it basically came into this golden pocket right over here. Let's start measuring out, remeasuring. Let's get that wave 2 in there. Let's get it proper. All right. And let's look for wave 3. Let's just adjust wave 3. It's just a little bit higher right there. And then wave 5. Wave 5 can bring you just a little bit higher right there. So nothing crazy. And then let's look at wave 4. Let's just assume wave 4 comes down to here. And let's move this over. And then let's add some fib zones on here real quick so we can just kind of get a perspective as far as how long this would take. Probably move this over just a little bit over here, but that's okay. I want to take all this. I mean, you could see that would warrant why you'd have a thrust up to there. This looks a little bit decent. I like this a little bit more. So we really got to start seeing signs of weakness once we get into these levels over here. I'm going to leave this here just because that's the way originally we had the setup. If you want, if you're running a lower DCA or lower leverage, excuse me, you can start DCAing from those levels. But we're going to go ahead and adjust that right there. Just keep it right there for right now. Yeah, all I trade is ETH. I'll look at some other charts. But as far as like live trades, active trades is ETH. There we go. That's what we're looking for. This is wave 2 development. This is what it looks like. Just patience. That's all. Just add some patience in here. Let's adjust this so that it looks the right way. I don't think it actually lined up the right way. There we go. There we go. So your shorts should still be printing. And now look for these levels. I can tell you on lower time frames, we're not running cool yet. We're still running yellowish. We're looking for more of green colors from a heat map perspective. So think of it like second chance longs, if that makes any sense. Like if you weren't catching a knife, then okay, you're looking for like this retest levels. These areas over here. There's a lot of confluence, not a lot of confluence, but there is confluence right here where this 618 level lies and where this New York open high is at, right? See, we've bounced here a couple times. So there's some confluence that sits inside this area. If it decides to bounce here inside this area, then so be it. Then I'll start exiting out of my short and then just maintain my long. I won't have the opportunity to add to my long. That's okay. I'm not going to be greedy with it. I'll just ride it until we get back into these levels. Small little demand zone over here. Well, let's look at liquidity. What does liquidity look like? I think there's some pockets that sit down here. There's some pockets that sit right over here. They're growing. Yeah, people are adding already. These people are trying to catch a knife. They're just added to their positions. So we're going to take that. We should be able to take that. I want to get inside this little area right over here. I'm going to get rid of this box just because it just wasn't fully tapped into. Actually, I can just do this for good measurement. Right? Because it technically didn't even clear this imbalance. So that kind of tells me that there's room to go back up to that level, which would promote this type of move, this up thrust. So just be on the sticks, be ready. You're looking for your add back to your longs. All right, just violate that level. That's just good. Just tapped into that. Took a little bit of profit off of there. Nice. Tapped right into 618. All right, let's make sure that we can hold there. We're going to look for a confirmation here. And see, I'm printing an 8 right here. I don't fully trust it yet. I would love it to have been a 9. So all I did is just take a little bit of profit off of my short, excuse me. Meh. Possible. We'll leave both of them just in case. We'll just leave both of them. You guys tracking with me? You guys following? Anybody confused? Anybody lost in the woods? Yeah, you can set some limits. We got an impulse coming here, so let's watch this impulse. Let's see what this impulse decides to do. See if it can give us a nice flush 9 down into these levels, and maybe even down to here. That'd be juicy. Nice. Okay, good, good, good. So we already know what happened in these levels. I'm going to get rid of these. We really don't need them anymore. This purple zone, we don't need this anymore either. We can get rid of that. These are going to be some of the main areas that we're looking at right now. Once this is fully developed, we're probably going to get a thrust down. We'll probably see a thrust down because that 9 didn't perform. I'm trying to hold on to those 3100s. Work, work, work. You're long this trapped. Wait. How are you at 3206? How did you long 3206? You've been holding on. Hold on. I'm confused. I thought you got out of your long already. Sneaky, sneaky. Are you going to be reclosing it to long it? Okay. Yeah, you're short. Okay. 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 All right. Let's just see if we can get a nice little flush down to the downside. That would be great. Like just flush all these people that are long in this area. If it breaks this level, just don't do anything. Don't do anything until you see signs of weakness. Because if it breaks this level right over here, then this becomes a target. And if it breaks that level, then you guys already know the drill. Yeah, you can. I mean, our ultimate goal is going to be down in the 2900s. But in the meantime, we can ride it on both sides. What did you ask? If how you measured? Let's do for C, please. Yeah, just when I had to move a thrust like this, I was just measuring extension levels. So I have a full fib, and then I just measure from that wave to this wave right here, and then I'm looking for extension levels. So these got violated. This is pretty bullish if it were to come here, and then these are deeper extension levels. So we came basically to this 2.618 level. So just measuring this swing right here to give me a wave C. These are the fib levels. So if you want to grab that, if you're inside my corner on Discord, this is already posted inside or pinned inside of my inside my corner. So all these levels that are in there. But that's how that was measured for wave C. And then once wave C developed, and then we wait for the impulse. This was an impulse of thrust, and now we're waiting for the down thrust. You know, get confirmation that this level is going to hold. I think it can squeeze a little bit lower, but you know, if it doesn't, then you know, I'm good. I'm okay. But I just think mathematically it makes a little bit more sense for us to come down into these levels right over here. It's trying to respect that New York open high right here. So there's a lot of support here. There's a lot of buying power over here inside this area, a lot of demand inside this zone. But that would this would take them out, right? Bring them down a little bit lower, just take out these people here. I'm confused. I thought you were looking for less than 30.50. You should be taking profits if you shorted from 31.35. You should take enough profits there to cover your fees, be comfortable with it, and then set your stop loss to break even. Because you got a greater than 50% chance of moving right back to that level. Wave 2 is usually sharp. Wave 2 is usually 618, 0.76, and 0.88. Yeah, that's what I just showed you. That's the subwave. I don't know. I'm confused now. But yeah, I measured from this swing point to this swing point to give me wave C. And now we have enough thrust. Now we want to see if we have a wave 2 here confirmed. I took additional profits when we got down to this level just now. I didn't add to my long though. Yeah, and you got a shaved bottom that sits right over here too. You could always see this, right? You can still get a pattern out of this. In the event I'm wrong, that's why I took profits. You know, I'm heavier on my long right now than I'm on my short. Yeah, wave 2 usually retraces sharp levels. I mean, it can be any one of those levels. So if wave 2 is flat, like 0.382 or zero point 0.5, then wave 4 is going to be really sharp. Then this wave 4 is going to be pretty deep. But we want to look for short levels that we can get a flat, and then we can get an impulse into these areas, into these zones. No, wave C already ended. Wave C already ended. We got an up thrust, so we're waiting for wave 2 to be confirmed. If this in fact was wave 2, then we're gonna see impulse. It should just pop straight up, go right into this area. So if you see a big impulse into these zones, then you have a wave 3. I think it would come down a little bit lower because I have an imbalance over here. So that this move right here was a unauthentic move. See, you got a couple of shaved heads here, shaved bottoms, excuse me. So they're just going to try to squeeze shorts. Maybe, maybe not, which is fine. Then we'll look for the short again. We'll just play the range. Let's look at 89-minute real quick. Yeah, see, I mean we're on a 1 minute, but look at 89-minute. No real buy signals. A little bit of loss of strength. That's why you got this move up like that. Pretty strong throwdown here. Pretty strong throwdown here. Money man, can you just take out all the 3063s? That'd be even great. That'd be fantastic. That'd be fantastic. I'm perfectly okay with being wrong on this move. If it decides to go lower, I'm perfectly okay with that. I'm still going to attempt a long, don't get me wrong. I'm still going to add to my long. But in the event that I'm wrong, I'm okay with that. Yep, pretty much patient. That's it. Just waiting here. Oh, look at that. Are you forming a symmetrical? Could be forming a symmetrical from this internal structure. What is that, an 8? Yeah, come on. Flush. I don't like the fact that it's an 8 down there. Over here. That opens the door for this. To violate this. Get into these levels. That's gonna mess up the wave count. Um, I mean, if you're looking for swing shorts, I mean, I'd be looking at 29.86 to be honest with you. Like if you have enough patience, that's what I'd be looking for. Well, which one is it, Pluto? Are you saying dump or is it's not gonna dump? But I'd just be waiting. You know, if you're gonna go down to the lower time frames and look for a setup there, these are the levels that I'd be looking for. See if it can respect these levels. If it violates these levels, then this has to hold itself. If we lose that level, I would not be surprised if you just see a nasty candle that comes all the way down to these levels. Well, I hope you're right, Pluto. My long will thank you. Yeah, if we get 31.23, that's that key level. I mean, remember we were looking at 610 earlier. You know, we keep fighting that area. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if it closes underneath here, then the setup phase just changes back. Remember, this setup phase was never cleared. You can do the same thing here. You can look at an ABC here as well at the same time. And because it's still inside that thrust, because you had a impulse 1, so A, B, and then you're looking for a C. That might be a little scurry. Yeah, I would say 31.23 above that level. If it holds and maintains that level, that's going to be where you can get more confidence, but that's splitting hairs really. Yeah, see, it puts us relatively in these same areas. 1.272 down to 1.4. So, 3088, 3084. Those levels that I'd be looking at. And we have some imbalances. You can see the shaved bottoms that we have there. A good portion of them haven't been cleared yet. Now, if we go to 31.23 again here on this move, after we revisit 3091, then I would definitely be clipping your shorts for sure. But definitely be looking to hold that thing until we get to, these levels, see what occurs here. Maybe you get an ABC here and then you get another love thrust because we do have another wave count that sits inside these areas. But I don't think this wave C and this wave D has been confirmed yet. Like that's the only reason why I keep pointing back down to these levels. Maybe you get like a short little burst on that 1 minute into these levels right over here, 31.52, and then it's all over again, right? Then we have another drop. But then this drop will be a lot more severe. It'll take out the 3063s and then move us into the 2900 sub 3K for sure. No, just so some imbalances cleared so far. I'm just going to get rid of these because I don't need them. I'm going to look at the charts at the same time. I don't need these. Don't need that. And so I'm kind of looking at these levels right over here. These levels right here. It's perfectly okay to use multiple fibs, you know, as long as you know how to gauge, you know, up thrusts and trends and things of that nature. Like you can use multiple. You know, sometimes people stick to just one fib and that fib never gets tested, or it doesn't get tested in the time frame that they're looking at. That's why it's okay to use multiple different fibs as long as you know what you're measuring. You need that for your TP. You didn't take TP. Oh, you're just holding out, waiting. Yeah, I just started spreading it across. You know, hitting those levels. You know, 3096 took some TP there. Took another TP here at these levels. Like I've already TP'd here once, TP'd here again on that last move. So now it's just a runner. I'm utilizing the runner to help me build along. Can never be wrong when you're hedged. That's the way I look at it. Saint, you're wrong. No, I'm not. I got a P&L card that shows otherwise. Already with my Solana 3. Yeah, if we can get a nice flush here, that'd be ideal. Let me get some water, guys. Hang on real quick. I actually need to make some lunch, man. I'm starving. Hold on, I'll be right back. Bring us right back. Well, it doesn't look like wave 2 was done there. I just cleared a whole bunch of imbalance. It feels like bait. I don't feel comfortable long in that. Let's see what happens over here. These levels. Maybe get a little flush out of this trend line, turn that into liquidity, get into these zones. Oh yeah. Perfect world is just you know, a flush, just boop, coming all the way down, like beyond that level. Just be ready, that's all. Everybody should have runners right now. Maybe some of you guys add it, which is fine. That's totally up to you. But what I'm getting at is, you know, everybody that's been in this stream thus so far since New York Open, everybody should be in profits. There you go. New York Open high. Squeeze down. Squeeze them, squeeze them, squeeze them, squeeze them. No, I mean just take profits on your short, but just leave your short as a runner so you can build your long. Yeah, just wait. Wait for these levels. See what occurs here. You know, looking for signs of weakness once we get into these levels. Really, you'd want to see push down into this and then pull right back up. But if you get something that looks like this, a push down and then it just fights to go here, then you should expect another push down to the downside. ETH is like trying to stick its toe in the pool and it's like, nope, I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there. Water's too cold. I'm not going in there. You should need one of those old school parents as a bear, just like throw them in there, like, get in there. Is that a Mexican OT? It's still never cleared this imbalance, so that's. I know we're going to revisit this. That'd be crazy if it does that here. And give us an M pattern. No buy signal that triggered here yet either. And ADX is still running strong. DI positive is still running relatively flat. We want to see this start to collapse, at least on those time frames. I'm going to go to the 89-minute, check that out. Still got bearish dominance. They're still holding strength. They just lost a little bit of strength. That's all that occurred to them. And let's just go over to 610 so we can see where we're at. One, two, three, and then it's four. Yeah, collapse underneath that. Just die, bro. Volatility. Did I just see that on a 1 minute? Yeah, volatility, yeah. For real, toe dipping. Straight up. I don't want to go in the pool, Dad. This is like a parent like chasing their kid. Like, come back, get in the pool. It's like, no. I'm out of here. We got how much time left until the 610 is over? I got an hour left in that. Let's take a look at an hour. That hour just began. Boy, hard defense right now. Hard defense. Hard defense. That's just so sad. Look at that. That one's even more sad. Jeez Louise. What's up, Brownie? That's what's up. Glad you're here, bro. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys got different no, if it just, runs all the way up to here, I'm saying it's sad. But that's all right. This part, this is what I was looking at on a weekly. This candle. That's just sad. So we got two scenarios that looking at this from a weekly. Either we're seeing redistribution right now, that's what's occurring, and boy oh boy, hold on tight. Hold on tight. That thing's gonna freaking nuke. That thing would freaking nuke. Actually, let's take a look at something real quick. You did give me a 9 on that, okay. I just wanted to see what that count was. Yeah, we make him. Hey, 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 hey. I know there's a way to look at your calendar for your trades on Bytunix. I just forgot where it is. Uh, oh, there it is. It's under futures. My bad. I found it. Um, the arrow looks accurate. Those arrows are for shaved bottoms and shaved heads. Like if I turn on the shaved heads, you'll see on top showing the green. So it's just shaved bottoms. Usually those are where you're gonna find some imbalance. So just unauthentic moves. Right? We keep coming to this area here, and this feels like inducement. That's what I was saying. I was like, I feel like we're going to come down to these areas because every time we get to this area, you start to see shaved bottoms. So people just, spamming, buy areas. And I don't, let me put on my shaved heads. I think I have a shaved head right over here. I'll put it on though, so you can see what it looks like. Yeah, you got a shaved head that sits right over here. 31, 32-ish. But right now I'm focused on the bottom, so that way I know what imbalance is going to be cleared. No, it's just a it's an indicator that I wrote. I have a ton of indicators. I like my tools. I want to show up to the work site without having the proper tools. Everybody. Mm-hmm. Boom. New session. 1, 2, 3, 4. It brings you right back to 3096. Yeah, I know. Come back. I feel like Rose from Titanic. Come back. Come back. I mean, honestly, I'm okay if it goes up. If it goes up, I'm already positioned. I just didn't have the opportunity to add where I wanted to add. And that's all right. That's what's up. Good, good, good. I'm glad you got profits on that short. That's what's up. Yeah, let's hope we get there. I'd reshort it as well too. You know, I was just looking at this as being a wave C, being completed here, and you know this would be my ultimate target inside this area. I mean, I initially had this designed where this is going to come into this level, but seeing how I started getting these signs of weakness right here, then I'm just utilizing this as a trend line, if you will. Breaks above, I'm all for it. We're going to start winding down here in the next 15 minutes. It's just going to be like meh until probably market close. And then we're going to wait for Asia. So relatively boring, if you will. That's what's up, Guido. Good job, bro. Good job. Good job. Mine is from 31.58. I shorted London last night. Took profits right around here this morning. Or was it a little bit lower? I think it was right around these levels, right around here. Yeah, 3,093. I took some profits there. And then I didn't add back to my long. I still maintained my long because my long is from these areas down over here. 3,065s. I will close stream at 4:30 because it's Monday. I have therapies on Monday that are at 5. So it'll be a hard stop for me around 4:30. But tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I'll be able to have the longer streams. Probably right until Asia. But I want to give you guys enough information, you know, to manage it through Asia. And then when I'm done with that, then I'll be back inside Discord. It just won't be streaming, but I'll be back inside Discord just hanging out with you guys. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, mine's every Monday. Start my week right. Probably more often on YouTube. It's just better exposure, just not only for myself personally, but also for the community. Not exposure for like reputation wise, but exposure in the sense of helping other traders. You know, you guys already know how I roll, so you know, people can be strolling in and maybe having the same or similar struggles, and they find a community and they're like, yo, where has this community been? You know, it's opportunity to help them learn and guide them through it. Not giving financial advice, just more so just showing you what I'm doing, and you can make your conjecture from there. Oh, you're very welcome. Very welcome. I like teaching. It's fun. And I honestly don't get any trolls in here, so that helps. Which I'll just let you guys handle the trolls, but I don't get trolls. I could just imagine if I was doing this on X. Oh my gosh. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'd have to trade and take grenades at the same time. I'm good with trolls either way. I mean, I just pray for them at the end of the day. I have no idea what those people are going through. We can Kang it? I don't know. What does that mean? Do you mean change it or Kang? I don't know what that means. So tomorrow, like when I run the live. Oh, where's take a pen? So tomorrow when I go live, I'll post it inside Discord for you guys. It'll be inside my corner, so there you guys grab the link. If you're already subscribed to the channel, that's great too. You'll get notifications. That's one thing I would recommend. Turn on notifications, because sometimes I put educational videos that are out there that are not even streamed live. It's just me putting out content, help guide you guys. If you want to thumb through my channel, there's tons of educational videos that are in there. A lot of what I go over, so it's something that you can, you know, on your own time, go through, from directional moving index, Elliott waves, TD9 sequential, fib zones, retracement levels, things like that. There's some that are on there about psychology, as far as, you know, risk management and greed, things like that. They're a little bit older. You know, some of these videos are like 2 years, but you know, the material is still the same. You know, the thought process is still the same. I don't know. I don't know if Asia will be bearish. It would make sense for it to be bearish, but considering the day that we've had and what we're looking at, you know, that's a nasty whipsaw. Remember I was saying earlier, like if we start closing around this area, like we got an indecision. So we got a pretty nasty whipsaw that's over here in this area. Maybe a doji's, which is still it's another indecision. So either London or Asia are going to, you know, set the remainder of the tone for that. Lower makes more sense to me. It genuinely does. You know, retesting 2900 sub 3K, that makes more sense to me. If Asia decides to pull out that powerful noodle and dump us even lower than that, then, you know, I'm looking at sub 2600s. They pull out that power wonton right there. Give us that power dumpling. Operative word would be dump. But for right now, I mean, honestly, 31.23, that's like the key level. I mean, even just on higher time frames, like we got to reclaim that if we're going to go higher. We have to. Like we keep rejecting it, you know, keep closing underneath it on higher time frame candles. It just doesn't look good. You can make money with both sides. You can definitely long it while you're in those sessions, but just having an idea as far as like, all right, cool, like this is going to be a take profit area. If it decides to go higher, great. I'm already positioned. Then I'm going to be looking for a retest to add back to my long. That's really how you got to treat those. A different story. Like if we just plummeted to like 2,200, I'd be like all in long. I'm giving you that as an example. Like I would go heavy on a long and not even worry about a short until we reach like make sense levels for a short. Yeah, I can make Sora videos for the trolls. I've thought of that too, but my God says not to argue with fools, so you got to have restraint on that. Did you come to that level that I was looking at earlier? Yeah. What was it, a 5 minute that I was looking at? Yeah, that's right over here. I think this is the shave head that I was looking at just now. Yeah, it's that one right there. I'm going to shave bottom here as well, también. Have it. Look at all these, man. That was never cleared. That's 2988. I think we were talking about this the other day. We looked at majority of these shaved bottoms. The majority of them have been cleared. You know, this hasn't been cleared. That puts us like 2980s. This was cleared, and this section wasn't cleared. So like this hasn't been cleared, and then this hasn't been cleared yet, and then this hasn't been cleared either. So I'm just pointing out some areas where like it would make sense for us to go into those areas, just start clearing them. But we may just range in the meantime, so that's why I'm willing to take the risk as far as longing into some of these zones. But if I'm wrong, then the short will just cover me. Yeah, I do want to do some challenges. I haven't come up with any yet so far. I want to do something that's not only just manageable for myself, where people can actually genuinely participate. I do move fast, not too fast, but relatively I move fast. So sometimes people miss them. So I think the challenges would make a little bit more sense to run them live versus posting like, hey, this is entry, this is stop loss, this is invalidation. This is one of those things you just got to rock with me and say, all right, look, I'm going to be shorting this or I'm going to be longing this. And I think everyone's portfolio is going to be a little bit different. But I'll do something gentle, something like 1K to 5K. See what that looks like. See if that's something that we can take inside of a week. And maybe put a little bit more restrictions in the sense of, only taking maybe like 3 trades per week, something like that. That way it just forces us to look for really clean setups and not be stressed out about, holding a position overnight or anything like that. I haven't come up with it yet, but it's on the board as far as coming up with that. Yeah, I like this too. I mean, it's less pressure on me, to be quite honest with you, because once I go into challenges, people take that as like the holy grail, and they can't stomach losses. So I may be going in with 1%, 2% of my port, but they're going with like 80-90% of their port because they're trying to, what they're trying to do. You get the point. And so then sometimes people get discouraged or they quit in them. And then I turn around and then I'm making profit and they're like, how did he do that? Like he had a loss. I'm like, yeah, I had a loss, but this is how I recover. Yeah, 1K. Yeah, we'll see. I'll put a poll, see what you guys want to do. You're very welcome. Absolutely. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, no. We're all a team, so, everybody has different styles. I mean, Chento's doing amazing on his challenge, though. That's good. Yeah, yeah, 100 to 1,000. Yeah, I think I did 100 to 1,000 challenge. I think I completed within like 3 days. I've done that twice, but it wasn't really challenging enough in that sense. And still, people were like, missing calls or missing entries or what have you. But if you guys are here and you guys are not following this channel or anything like that, just do me a solid, follow, you know, like the videos, things of that nature. It's definitely going to help the channel, especially if I'm going to be doing it more here. It won't cost you anything, I promise. I'm going to spend this much time on YouTube, and I'm going to let YouTube work on YouTube monetizing me. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be here daily. Obviously, unless I have something else that comes up, I'll notify you guys inside Discord. But you should expect for me to be on here before, New York, unless I just was up all night during London and I just have a late start. But for the most part, I'll be in before New York session. Yeah, let's see. I've had this account for a minute now, but I've never really worked it in that way. So let's see. If it's part of his plan, then so be it. It's better. Okay, YouTube is better. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You get better resolution. Um, a lot's happening. We're waiting for a long area. We're waiting for this area to be tapped into. We tapped into a 618, but we're also waiting for these lower levels, see if we can get these lower levels. And we're going to be taking some long entries in that area. That's what's up. A lot of you guys saying YouTube is better. That's good. I guess the quality's better. Yeah, market's starting to wind down a little bit more. wind down here a little bit more. So we're going to start entering into the boring phase of the market for the day. Yeah, the watchback. I think that's going to be a little bit resourceful for a lot of people. I don't know if anybody's going to sit and rewatch a 6-7 hour stream. But what I will try to do is I'll try to recap some of them. I'll try to pull some clips from them and then share them inside Discord with you guys. Or I might just find someone to do it for me. No, I know I don't have the time to do it. Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, yeah, that's good. I don't know why Discord does that. I don't know why Discord makes it blurry or anything like that. That's what's up. Yeah, and it's less bandwidth on my PC too, because I'm recording through YouTube, so I don't have to record through OBS, so it's less bandwidth, which is ideal for me because I can't stand having a lag, on my mouse or anything like that. It just drives me nuts. Yeah, I forgot about that. You can actually rewind it and then go back to live. Yeah, that's a very good point too. I'm actually going to start saying that. I might take that. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, so you need HD in Discord. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I already have Nitro, so I wouldn't know that, to be honest, but that's understood. So, okay, so yeah, then YouTube would make a lot more sense for people who don't have Nitro too. Some recommend some resources. I mean, the short answer, just follow me, right? Just, stick to my hip and, pay attention to what I post inside my corner, pay attention to what I post inside of the war room, be engaged here inside of the streams. That's like the most hands-on that you could possibly do. Another way that you can do it is you could also go into my corner and look at the pinned section. And I drop a lot of my strategy setups with written out material and videos to complement it as well too. So you can rewatch some of those videos as well. A third option is, go through my YouTube channel and just start digging through all the posted videos that I have in there. There's a lot of educational videos. I mean, I've been posting videos in there for like 2-3 years now that are educational. And then, watch them. If you have questions about them, reach out to me. If it's something that I feel like maybe we can do a deep dive into it, then I'll turn it into a class. Thursdays are going to be specific just to education. There's going to be some live trading in there as well too, but Thursdays are going to be dedicated to some educational content. But that's the best. I mean, I couldn't point you towards another individual's page or YouTube or things like that. Anybody can do their own research that's out there. Everyone's going to have their own subjective points as to why they use this, that, and the other. But if you're looking at my specific strategy and how I do things, short answer, just stick to my hip, and I'll walk you through it. This is like watching paint dry right now. ETH, if you want to go up, go up. That's fine. Like, just make a decision though. Farting around here in this area is no bueno. Nobody wants that. ETH always does something like that. You see, like, chopping up and then boom. We still got an hour left in this session. Not even buy signals or anything like that yet. DMI, I think more volatility is going to start seeping in. And that makes sense based on this 610. Like, I mean, this looks like it's trying to form a doji here. That's just a hard candle to trade, to be honest with you. It's 39 minutes left in that session. Be right back. I got to use the restroom. Be right back, though. It's alright. It's alright. Give it to me, meeting. Yeah, it's just a little bit more manageable. It's a little bit more manageable. It just allows me to build bigger positions. I mean, sometimes it can get heavier than that. Don't get me wrong. Just depends on my conviction, what key levels that I'm entering at. Yeah, yeah, binge watch them. That's what's up. Volume, cell pressure, keep pumping insane. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna finish off like a doji. And so, what is the next session gonna be for this one? So 1, 2, 3, 4. What does that put us at? 3103. Yeah, to maintain that. So if we collapse beneath, actually I'll get a little bit lower. Let's go right over here. What is this? Yeah, same thing, same difference. 3103. I think this idea is getting front ran, to be honest with you. I'm still gonna wait for it, but I feel like this is getting front ran. This is getting away from me. Because then if I start moving this over, then I just gotta move all this over. And that doesn't make much sense. I gotta move this way over. And I don't like the way that looks. So I'm gonna go on the side and say this looks like it's gonna get front ran. Not front ran, excuse me. It's gonna collapse beneath this area over here. Be very, very careful with longs on this opening of this next 610 candle. This 610 candle is going to have roughly about 5 hours, 4 hours, excuse me, roughly. So let's look at a 4 hour. Yeah, just be very careful with that. Wait to see signs of weakness, guys. Like just don't ape in all on these levels right over here. Just be careful with these areas. Personally, I don't like the way that's set up. I think there would make more sense to just come and sweep those lows and go a little bit lower down to the downside. I think everybody and their mother is literally longing these zones, especially for New York. And I don't want to be part of the liquidity crowd. So once we get into these levels over here, if we can hold these levels, that kind of changes the narrative, right? Like if we can get to these levels and we can start holding them, absolutely, I'm going to be long in those levels, and I'm looking for like 3152s and a little bit higher, 3171, 3152 inside of these areas. But just being completely transparent, it's not a level that I give a whole lot of trust to. I haven't added to short or anything like that. I've just maintained everything thus so far. I didn't add to my long end at 3,096, but I'm still long from lower than that. So I want to taunt Money Man and say, "Come get me, come get my long." I'm down here on my long, come get me. How funny would it be if it just nuked all the way down to there just now? That means they're listening. They're watching us. Yeah, quite possible. So you guys know the drill. If you're already short, then you're good. If you have, if you have enough stones to test the long, then test out the long. You know, one way to offset it is, start building that long and then take profits on your short at the same time. Just leave enough in there in the event that it sinks a little bit lower, that you have enough to get out of your long, and then just let your short continue to run and ride. Yeah, we're in that stagnant part of the market as we're getting closer towards market close. We're just in that stagnant area. And again, for the umpteenth time, I'll just keep reiterating, the way that this candle is setting up, it literally took out both sides. It quite literally took out both sides. People that were longing from last week here in this area, they got pushed out. Then they started chasing. If they didn't take profits, expecting it to go higher, they got pushed all the way right back down to these levels. So it's just taking out both sides. You got to be pretty fluid on the sticks when it comes to this. This is why I look at the lower time frames. Just see where that development is happening first. Not too many times do I have setups that are based like this. But the only reason why I would is because I have this pretty much memorized. I have all these levels memorized, and that's another reason why I just trade one pair, is because it's a lot easier for me to memorize and know. I'm like, okay, just tell me where the price is. I can tell you kind of what's going on, unless there's some type of fundamental that's out there. I think we get CPI this week, right? Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. Oh man, so tomorrow morning is going to be pretty wild. Geez, we might have to do our stream a little bit earlier. Yeah, I might pop in a little bit earlier. I might pop in at like 7:45 or something like that. Yeah, tomorrow's CPI. Yeah, dumping into CPI and just seeing where these moves are at. Like, look at this. It's not even a CPI day. Like, just straight whipsawing, just smacking people. They don't want you to trade. That's really what it boils down to. Institutions, big players out there, they don't want you to trade. They want you sidelined. They want you sidelined long enough to where you start to see a move happen, and then you start chasing it, and then you become liquidity. It's another reason why hedges just, they're so ideal in this particular market. I think I was saying it earlier. This is like the perfect market to be hedging both sides. That you can essentially treat as somewhat as a swing. You can sit in that position for a couple days and then just take profits on one side, wait till it comes back to your original entry, then go again on that level, back and forth. Somebody put us it in the chat earlier. It's a ping pong effect. But if you have a habit of finding yourself in one position, you're like, I want this thing to go from 3,000 to 5,000 in in 2 days. You'll be in for a rude awakening. Oh, there you go. Clear that imbalance that we had to the left. Oh, wait, was it over here? Maybe I'm brain farting. I'm not gonna stress my brain out on this. I'm just gonna look for it, use my indicator. Yeah, it was right over here. And like, yeah, that just cleared it. That just cleared this one right over here. Okay, now it's up to you. Now you have some unauthentic moves that were cleared. I'm actually gonna put this back on, and we're gonna look for the bottoms. All that. All that. Kayla's talking about dumping since we're bumping. Probably. The guy's pretty accurate. It's a fundamental, so it's anyone's game. It's just all right. So now that we're inside that zone, I'm just gonna adjust this box here. I'm looking for something like that. Just want to see what occurs here. See if that becomes my sense of weakness box. I am printed a 7, so I wouldn't be shocked if I got like a move into this level right over here, 31.21. And I could readjust this as well too. You could also look at this as, you know, an extended wave one. Maybe this wasn't even wave two. Wave one just wasn't even complete over here. I'm not going to adjust anything. I'm still going to keep these same levels. But I'm just seeing that this imbalance is being cleared here in this area. And another way we can also look at this, if this is going to be a pivot point for us, right? Maybe we get a little thrust up to here, but we can make our adjustments. I would anticipate that to get something. Nope. I'm probably going to come short again. And you're going to be more exaggerated. Yeah, you look something like that. Let's see. So that's an 8 that just printed. I'm just going to adjust this over because I want to see what that looks like. Still puts me in the same relative same areas. Where did we measure that from? From there to there. I don't really need this. Actually, you know what? I'll keep that on there. I got a 9 that's printing. Squeeze. Squeeze. Do it. Squeeze. Squeeze. What do you got over here? 31.21? Interesting. Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna remeasure some things. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way. Let's redo this. Bring you here. Move you over. Did we remeasure that? No, we didn't. Let's remeasure. Let's go a little bit higher. Okay. Let's readjust this. And is this the 5 that we were looking at? Yeah, let's readjust that. I'll adjust it on fib zones as well too. I'll do that here next. I swear, if you come back to this level and you bounce off the ladder, I might scream. That makes more sense to me. Not A, B, C, D, no. A, B, C, and then D. That could be a much larger one. But I'm not going to do that now. I don't want to confuse you guys. Let's just go ahead and move this up to here. All right, let's see what we can get with that. And I need to do fib zones. Ooh, that's a long stretch. All right, that's fine. That's fine. You're probably going to be a little bit sharper. So I'm going to bring you in over here. Let's bring you right there. Let's scooch you over. Scooch, scooch, scooch. And let's get this wave 3 over. And let's move this wave 5 over. Bet. I could work with that. I could work with that because I could see this coming next. That's one way. Just spitballing ideas here. It's nothing I'm holding on to. That's got to be sharp. That's going to be way over here. Yeah, I can't get anything out of that. All right, I got to work with what I have. It's just not developed yet. And let me guess, 610, that candle pushed up. Of course. 17 minutes left on that. 21. You came right to my 21 level. Basically. Look at that. You want to tap it again? Be fantastic. Your favorite friend, 3123. Lemonade, lemonade, banging lemonade, lemonade. Just letting the long run. Give us a giga pump to 3206. That'd be fantastic. No, I think it's going to push a little bit higher. 3128 inside that area. Yeah, I think it's going to push into this level right over here. This pattern's not working. So I need something clean. You cleared that imbalance. That's good. I want to see what happens here. See if we start resisting that area. I'm going to remeasure this for us. So I'm going to take off some of these levels. This could very well be a subway wave 3, where this was wave 1, this was wave 2, and this move right here was wave 3. I'm going to do something real quick. It could go a little bit higher. Tip me a pen once. A, B, C, D. That's the only way that I can see that that's possibly happening here. Yeah. 31, 35. Right back to entry levels where some of us were shorting from. Let's just reiterate, same reason why I want to why I was reiterating take profits on the shorts. I just never added to my long. That's only missed opportunity that I can see right now. I got a C pony and an ABCD. The ABCD looks a little bit more promising. That's subjective, right? You can still get a pattern out of that. All right, who did it? Who did it? Who made this happen? I'd look at D leg here. I mean, on an 89 minute, I have a C leg. See, I had C leg that was over here inside this area, but I'm just looking at 1 minute because I'm looking for the signs of weakness, things of that nature. I would still be looking at it even all the way up to here too. Bouncing off of wave B, getting close to that wave B. I wouldn't long it or anything like that. Just Just something to be paying attention to. We bounce off of that wave B, then I don't think this wave D was done. I think it's got room to go over here. But the ABCD pattern, it's still, it can go all the way up to here. It's still fit. That's nasty work, bro. I swear, if they come all the way down to here and they come to these levels, that's nasty work. That's nasty work. Yeah, maybe we got some shaved bottoms over there in that area. Let's go to 89 real quick. Gosh, it feels like inducement. I can't express that anymore. This feels like inducement. Because if we're like stupid bullish, right? Like we're just gonna keep going up. This thing would not slow down. It would not slow down. That looks familiar. That looks real familiar. It looks exactly like that. Looks exactly like that. Interesting. Just be diligent. That's all I'm saying. Just be diligent. It's shaking out people that are trying to short from these areas, from these levels. It's trying to shake them out. It's taking both sides. Is this a new session yet? 5 minutes until a new session. Yeah, man. If it can close over here, that would be the first candle that on a higher time frame that can close above 31.23. We got good probabilities that we can go higher if that can occur. Anybody short that by chance? It literally just front ran that. That's crazy. We got a new session coming in. I would not be surprised at all if next session comes in the next 5 minutes. We got to push into these levels and then come right back down, or push down to these levels and then pull right back up. Oh, dang. That's sorry, bro. You managed to short that? That's what's up. That's nasty work. That's nasty work. Que diablo, really. That's what they want to do. They want to push everybody out on both sides, shorts and longs. That's why it's imperative just to take profits, at key levels. Just take them. Like, not one person in here, from anyone in our community really has enough capital to control the markets the way that institutional money does. So while we're little guppies, swimming with the sharks, just take what you can get. And I was taking profits higher than these levels, right? Or this move right here. Like this move down, like this, I was taking profits at key levels where we were right around 3101, 31 over here. So like I wasn't even getting peak of bottom. I was just like, I'm just gonna take that. Is that an impulse brewing? No, it's not an impulse, sorry. And new session should be coming in here now. 2 minutes. 2 minutes of counting. Hey Siri, set a timer for 2 minutes.
2 minutes starting now.
I got about an hour left with you guys. So 3106 shaved bottom. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's throw that on because that move just felt dirty, felt unauthentic. Yeah, we have a F ton that's here. 3110, 3106, good eye. We got 3100. All this. I definitely would not be long in that. I'm good. I'll wait until we get somewhere inside these areas. Actually, you know what? I'm going to just put on my pattern detector real quick. I don't even have to think. Yeah, you got me all the way down to 3024. And what do you got me right before? 3055? That's retarded. 2955, yeah, unless you're holding that. All right, new session coming in here in a couple seconds. 610. About to print here now. Same thing, right? Did you give me a doji on that session? Yep. Indecision. You gave me an indecision candle. Oh. 3114.61, 3114.4132, something in that area. This is a doji. That was a doji. That just closes the doji. Indecision. What does indecision look like over here? Volatility. Flat on RSI. Oof. Dangerous grounds. Dangerous grounds. What I'm getting at here, boys, is take what you can get. Take what you can get. What do we need to do to flip here? Let's go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, here inside this level right over here. Like if we can hold above 3102, then it has a probability of pushing up higher. Then we can get like a 7, 8, and 9 that pushes higher. Really squeeze shorts. And that's a brand new session. So just be careful. Yeah. Originally it was over here in these levels. PM session. For me, it was over here. And then I just had ads. Bro, if we get a flash candle, OMG. Six seven six seven. That's what my son's saying. I had to get him off that tip. I'm like, bro, stop saying that. Soul's gonna drop like a rock. Possibly. I didn't even check Soul. I didn't even look at Soul. Let's look at USDT. Bro, brand new candle. Ugh, I don't like that because if that pushes down, ETH is gonna go up, and that's what the way it looks like it's brewing. Yeah, that's the way it looks like it's brewing. If you want to see it go lower, you need USDT right here just to say, go pound sand, we're going to go up. But that's not good. It's already got a candle, a wick to the upside. Let's zoom in on that a little bit more. Let's get really in that. Yeah, that's not good for shorts. ETH has the potential now just to boom up. If that thing starts to sink like a rock, you're going to see ETH fly up. I'm just scalping it. I literally, I'm just scalping. I don't like any of that. Not a bad day. Damn, actually, I didn't even look at my numbers. Praise God. Impulse coming. Let's see what that impulse is going to give us. Oh, damn. No, shy of that. A 10 band day, boys. I'm just 500 shy of that. Peace be with you, brother. God bless you, man. Thank you for joining. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got about an hour left with you guys. Doom candle come before the storm, possibly. Long till 93. Yeah, 93 is a key level too. Some order blocks that sit in that area. Excuse me. But I mean, there's a lot of strength that's going on here, and I don't like the way USDT is performing. Look at that. If this thing decides to just drop, ETH is going to pump. Like USDT needs a flip on this daily. Go to a 1 minute just so we can kind of match, time frame and time frames. This thing needs a boop, and then ETH will drop. But if this thing decides to sink, yeah, for the day, yeah. I got a personal bet with my lady. If I can hit my numbers, then I can go get the monitor I want. It's also another reason why I'm also scalping some of these positions. I've been annoying her all day. I'm like, we're only 5 away. Yeah, I mean, if I can get this move to come to where I want, I think flash crash would be like 2500s. That would be Diablo. But I have no interest. Like now that we had this move and it pushed up, like I have no interest in relonging these areas. Me personally, I don't. I'd look at maybe seeing what occurs here inside of these areas. And then, if we get a bounce in that area, then great. Then I'll add to my long. I'm still holding my long inside this level, but I've already stripped a good chunk out of it thus so far. So now it's just a matter of just holding. I really want to see it just wipe out this freaking area right here, man. I just want to see it wipe this area. Just wipe that. Just wipe out this area. What's the count on this? This is a 1? Wow. That lead up phase is only printing a 1. That's crazy. And what is this? 3096. That's exactly where we were before. We got 3 hours left in that session. I'm going to go a little bit higher in USDT. I want to see what's going on here with you. Yeah, that's on a sell signal. Yeah. I would anticipate a very wild ride tomorrow, boys. A very wild ride. Especially with the market open. Look at you, Pikachu. Nasty work. Nasty work. Sorry, bro. I'm not trying to point it out. Could it go to 2,500 in a drop, bro? If it goes to 2,500 in a drop, yeah. I'm not gonna say what I would do, but I would be very excited. If I say what I'm gonna do, y'all might hold me to it. You already got one bet for me. I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure everybody longs 2,200. Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. We push past 2740 100%. Yeah, some liquidation levels. Yeah, sure. I'll go to like a 610 for you, just higher time frames. 2818. Let's go a little bit higher in time frame. Some that sit there. Go to a higher time frame. Let's go to a 2-day. 2631. There's a ton of people that long that area. Go to a 3-day. Wow. Let's go to a weekly. Yeah, no. We're not going to go there. No, we're not going to go there. But, you know, just for kicks and giggles, imagine that. Imagine that. Going to a 3-day. Yeah, right over here. You know, that gets us into the 1700s. For the most part, there's strong support, if you will, that sits inside this area. So revisiting this area, you know, that's going to be like a line of defense. I think a little bit higher, in my opinion. I think from lower time frames, you know, just going to like maybe like a 233, these areas right over here. It's got to hold all that. We lose these levels. See ya. But I am going to try to long this area. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's still part of my plan. It's still what I'm looking at, long in these zones. But yeah, we go there. It's yeah. Did you see that? Look at that on a weekly. No, that the price is $703. Yo, that my friend would be a flash crash. I don't think there's enough going on in the market for that to happen. But I'd probably sell my right arm for that level. I'd probably sell my right arm. No, actually, I do my left because I need my right for the clicking. Anything at my left. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Trump is pretty pro crypto, so if anything, it would just be people counter trading him. or counter trading the market. You know, they see that the you know, the states are bullish on it relatively, and then they just push those levels. Everyone's like, oh, it's bullish, it's only going to go up, and then you just see institutional money is like, no, we're going to take that. That's a free ride for all of us. Yeah, let's look at some liquidation maps here. Let's take a peek. Let's run through that real quick. $30.50, there's a block that sits there. $30.20, there's another block that sits there. Hiya, 3,000. There's a fat one right there, 29.40. Give it to me, please. Give me 29.40. I would love to see that. Love to see that. Bro, this is nasty work. I'm telling you that right now. This is nasty work. Nasty work. Let's look at some. Yeah, right in here too. What is that? 3,061. And if we're gonna go higher, and we're gonna hold this as accumulation level, then we need to literally bounce and try to survive with 3,061. Because there's liquidation all the way up to 3,400. Sorry, excuse me. 3,600. Excuse me. Impulse candle coming in. Let me flip back over to the charts real quick for you guys, so you guys can see what I'm looking at. We got an impulse brewing. It's an impulse candle. Oh, there you go. I hit my target at least, so I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Um, there's that impulse. How much more do you have in you, though? Wow. One, two, three, four. You're gonna try to go for this. What is that? 3,100 even, and some change. Yeah, I'm gonna take off this short idea because I'm no longer gonna be running with that. Like we got to 3206. I'm gonna eliminate that idea. USDT maybe over here, 6%. Remember I was saying like this just looks like inducement. It doesn't even smell right. Like that. This is the reason I was saying. I was just like, yo, they just opened up and said, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take the elevator down. Come on, guys, let's climb the stairs. Nope. I forgot who it was. I saw it on Twitter. They were giving two scenarios. I think standard for ETH. Tom Lee reshared it, but they were giving a bullish scenario for ETH like 136,000, and then a bearish scenario like $300, something like that. In 2026, it's like one or the other. It's like, bro, that's such a huge swing. Damn, that's nasty work. I know I keep saying that, but that is nasty work. Right before market close too. We'll probably revisit 31.57 here soon. All right, you guys got an hour with me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I'll try to do my best to answer them for you. That's crazy. Like if you're, I'm looking at the contest for us, just looking at stats, like personal stats. My volume for my solo is higher than my team, so maybe I misunderstood as far as when the team one began versus the solo. Maybe they started at different times. I don't know. Somebody can explain it to me later. How to get your indicators? Maybe similar. I don't know if good is still here, but I know there's a free one that's running around on TradingView. Mine are customized. There's ways to get them. You know, if you trade on Bytunix, if you don't trade on Bytunix, if you want to just use them outright, there's ways to do that too. You just have to DM me on Discord, and then I can walk you through it. It's 2030? What? What's 2030? How about the time? I don't know. I'm confused. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but the solo started before the team one, right? Is that the reason why? Because like my volume on solo is like 9 times the amount of what I have on the team. I really want to see what happens here. I swear, if we bounce here again and go back up, I'm gonna lose my mind. Clear this crap. Like we need to clear this crap. This crap needs to be cleared. You gotta. We didn't even come back to this 9. Didn't even approach it. Not even on a 5-minute. We need to take out today's longs. And just sweep right into this level, right into here. No, of course not. Why would you want to do that? You're gonna want to go up higher. Ah, okay. Makes perfect sense. Thank you, bro. Thank you for clarifying. Bro, this has to be bait. This has to be bait. If you see a strong candle down into these levels, it's because everyone's still trying to long the zone. 25, bro. If we went to 25.16 right now, it'd literally have a 20 band day. You know, and I'm not even gonna be greedy there. I'm just gonna say 29.87. No, it's dog water at this point. No, I take that back. I take that back. I shouldn't be saying that. That sounds greedy. Forgive me, Lord. I didn't mean that. Great, very grateful I hit that number. All right. There's more work to do this week. I told my lady like 3 hours ago. I was like 6 away. And I just messaged her. I'm like 5 away. She's gonna be so annoyed. Don't you challenge me. Challenge accepted. Yeah, bro, give me 29.42. Give me that. Give me that. So juicy. Yeah. My bad. You guys ever heard of Del Frisco's? It's I don't know if you guys have in your area. Maybe you don't. Some of you guys are abroad around the world. But it's a high 5-star restaurant. So I'm being told like, yeah, you can get your monitor after we celebrate Del Frisco. Like, yeah, drop like a $900 bill on a freaking steak. You guys short? You guys holding shorts? Mm. All right, got an 8. Hopefully we get an impulse on this. It's got a nice little impulse. There's not much liquidity down here. I don't even know what it's going to be collecting outside of just correcting some imbalance and correcting some imbalance that's over here. There's really not much over here. I'm going to go to a 13-minute. Still not that much that sits over here. There's more liquidity to the upside. It makes more logical sense to squeeze, but you know, I'm going to write it. There's a little bit of liquidity that sits right here. Right, if you go, I'm not going to long 3096. I'm not going to do it. You're not going to get me. I'll close out my short and just keep what I have. I'm not adding to that. I'm not going to be bait. There we go. Now I can see more liquidity. Okay. 3050. Somebody was calling for 3050. I can see that level over here. Yeah, you sweep all these areas. And I think that sweeps the 377 too. Yeah, that sweeps the 377. Yeah, it sweeps the 377. Does it sweep the 610? It sweeps the 610 too. So yeah, I look at that as well too. What do we see that on a 13-minute, right? Yeah, it's on a 13-minute. Is there a shaved head over here? An authentic move? Oh no, okay. You got some liquidity that sits there. Got yours from yesterday. That's what's up. Good patience, man. Good resilience. That's what's up. Go to Poppy Steak. I don't think we have that here. I gotta find that. Nah, it's just like high end like meat. I think it's a steakhouse. I think it is, but it's got like high end meat and like bougie appetizers. I posted it inside my corner. You can see. You can take a look at it. I went there for my birthday. You're welcome, brother. Good night, man. You're very welcome. Good night. Good night. God bless you. 31.38 took 50% off. That's what's up, Doge. My hat's off to you, bro. I like your style. We got them in a couple places, but yeah, because trap longs, I guess, and then bam. Yeah, I mean, we were looking at this earlier. I was like, we should have came lower. Like, if it would have came down to the lower levels that we were looking at, like 87, 88, I would have been like, all right, this move makes sense, and then, potentials to move a little bit higher. What did you do? Did you come back to 3096 area? 99. What a joke. 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 Let's look at 13-minute. How much time I got in this one? I got a new session just started here. Let's see. If you want to line up, that'd be fantastic. Why are you being silly? I don't have a wick there. My wick's over there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, possibly. Boy, oh boy, that looks more and more like a vertical rundown. Look at this, bro. Long, short, long, short. Literally came to this liquidity pocket and just said, nah, not yet. Yeah, USDT starting to look like it's showing some weakness here in this area. What's a 610 here? Same thing, man. Keep closing under 31.23. That's the key level. The 7. Oh yeah, this is the level. That's what we got to look at. That's why I was taking profits there in that area. I'll probably skim a little bit more off of that. gonna skim a little bit more off my short off of there. Whee! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's fighting for that 3100, boys. No trades in this area, man. No trades. Just no trades in this area. I would love for this stream to end with a good decent long for us to get into. Something that we can actually manage going into CPI. But we're just going to be running this stagnant game here. Hmm. Hmm. None of which were hit. None of which were hit. I will not be afraid. In the end you will lose. I will dance on your grave with the one who buried you. You ain't nothing but a stone till my Savior rolled away. Let me free, oh death, you are dead to me. Oh. My bad, I got Christian music playing in the background. I mean, humming you guys' ear. I mean, it gave entry for shorts. It's not giving entry for longs right now. Wait, what? Full port short? Good gosh. I'll do that like on $100 account, just full porting them. I'll do that for kicks and giggles. Maybe we'll do that one day. We'll do like a roulette game. Yeah, we'll do like a roulette. We'll have a giveaway, and then you can win like $100, and then you have the choice. You can put it back in and let it ride, and we'll find the target and let it ride. And then if it hits target, then you can either pull it out or let it ride again. Oh, I bet. Okay, okay. Yo, somebody put me onto the show Landman the other day. I think in last week's stream. I actually binge watched it over the weekend. Fire show, man. Whoever that was, fire show, fire show. When the wife won like 316 grand at the casino, it just kind of like walked away like it was nothing. I was like, sheesh. Oh. Hmm. That is an aggressive move on a lower time frame. If I ever saw one. And that lead up phase is just starting. Not a buy signal yet. Let's go to 21. You got a 10 here. Okay, so maybe get a couple more lows here. I want to get into this area. I want to see what happens here. I think we had a box that was set up over here. It's symmetrical. Could also be looked at as a pennant. I'm just playing around with this idea. Sheesh. Yeah. They give me PTSD. And just manage, just manage. Another impulse. Or an impulse candle. That's a small impulse. So what does 5 minute look like? Impulse already had an impulse on that. Yeah, I want to see a sweep and then push back up. Let's see what happens. Bro, you love this area. You love this 3096. Why? Why are you so in love with this area? Like, I don't see what you love about 3096. Yeah, maybe retesting that, but that's dumb. That's retarded. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say that. That's silly. Yeah, there you go. Push lower. Little buy zone in that area. Jeez Louise. It loves this 3096. Hey brother, I need you to stay with us, man. If you're gonna be asking questions like that, I've been going that all over that all day. There's no way you're gonna make a demand zone out of this. Thank you. Thank you. Take it. Impulse, give it to me. Impulse, give it to me. Let's go. Wave C, that's a good strong wave C. It's a nice little impulse right there. More impulse. It's good. Just lower time frame is just showing that this is just kind of running into an exhaustion level. That's what these impulses are representing. Like this is just getting tired. So I'm taking some profits here on my short. I'm probably going to be looking to start scaling out completely here, like in the next couple minutes. I might just leave some runners going, just let them go. Whee! Look at that, way down here. Don't be afraid to take profits. Please don't be afraid to take profits. You've literally seen what's been occurring all day long. Up, then down, midway up, up again. Just don't be afraid to take profits. I can't push the button for you, and I also definitely not telling you what to do. I'm just, heed my advice when it comes to that. Is that a falling three? That's a falling three. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's look at that. Yeah, that's a falling three if I ever saw one. So we'll probably see something very similar to that right over here. or probably see something very similar, and then look for another leg. Scalp longs if you're scalping it, if you're trying to catch that. If you're trying to catch this. I'm not saying the scalp right here. I'm saying just view it as a scalp. Here I go. Here I go. Hedging is the way. Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, no doubt. I'll be here again tomorrow. That's what's up. That's what we're talking about. Just remember how we ended the week last week? What we said we want to duplicate exactly what we did this week, going into this week. If you haven't heard it today, man, I'm proud of you guys. You guys are taking profits. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is what makes you better. It's that consistency, and just keep building around that. And then when you have days that you're off, you can be like, yo, what am I doing that's different? What am I doing different? It can't be me. It can't be like, yo, Saint's not here. It can't be that. I take that as a high compliment. Don't get me wrong, but the ultimate goal is, so that way you're proficient on your own. So if you guys are, finding yourself in a profitable day on both sides, whether you're long, whether you're short, whether you're hedging, what have you, this is what we're talking about. It's a man right chill. You guys literally just watched me do 10 bands today. That's what's up. Good effing day, guys. Good effing day. Good effing day. Proof is in the pudding. You guys watched every single one of my moves. No stress, right? No stress. Had a couple moments on those shorts, looking at them like, yo, where the heck are you going? But no stress. I gotta teach you guys how to hedge. That's what I gotta do. I gotta teach you guys how to hedge. How to build proper hedges and how to maintain them. I think we have the perfect environment for that. So when I put my poll up on Wednesday and I have hedges on there, if you want to learn it, I would highly implore you to convince your fellow comrades to say we're going to learn about hedging. You want live trades? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Thursday, I think Thursdays is really going to complement a lot for you guys. It's going to give you that peace of mind going, I don't care in which direction this market goes. It eliminates that bias of like, oh, I'm a bull, I'm a bear. It's like, I don't care. I don't care. Go up, go down. You threaten me with a good time. I'm streaming. I'm gonna for the class, the class specifically. I'm gonna do that inside of Discord because that's exclusive just to ScalpX members, things of that nature. But the streams that you see me doing here, Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'm just kind of opening the doors. Inviting more people in. It's a reason why people should be inside of our Discord community. So if they like these strategies, they like these setups, they like how I guide through the process, and they want to further their education, then it's a reason to be part of the Discord community. And they get some education on Thursdays. Yeah. Yeah. Most institutionals, they're going to hedge. They'll use crypto to hedge their positions. Market's tanking, they'll buy some longs or vice versa. They'll buy some longs inside of crypto, buy some shorts inside of crypto, and they'll hedge their positions and then rotate out so they can stomach the red a little bit longer. I mean, you got some whales out there that are stomaching some ridiculous red. Where's this? Let's go to that guy again. Where's this guy at again? Let's go see how their positions are doing. Hold on. Let's wait for it to refresh. Eee! Where are you long from? 2098? You better hold on. Damn, this guy's hurting. This cat is long from 3147. Damn, bro. Yo, you're 33 mil in the red? Am I seeing that right? Sheesh. Sheesh. Well, that's conviction for you. I hope you're right, brother. Sheesh. Hey, long in 3102. 15 mil in the red. Oh, that's what's up. Okay, this guy's doing pretty good. Are you only longing? Smart man. $1.9. Where are you longing from? Is this the same? No, this is a different guy. 1.9. 3102. But I hope you guys are right. Is this the same guy I just looked at? No, this is a different guy. He's still longing. Why is everybody longing 3102? 146. You're not that bad. Again, 3102. What is the deal? Bro, you guys have targets painted on your back or something. Let's look for let's look for the bears. Why aren't you? Oh, there you go. Because I'm retarded. That's why. Where's Homeboy from? $9 million day. That's what's up. Or week, excuse me. And you're short from 3106. Okay, so I see there's going to be a fight there. 3117, 3020. Can I flip this? It doesn't let me flip it. Jeez, this guy's short from 3088. He literally shorted support. What does your week look like? 7 mil in the red? Yeah. Oh my gosh, bro. This guy is short from 2979. How are you still profitable? You must have been scalping. You only got one position open. Yeah, I need to see what else you've been doing, bro. No, look at this guy. This guy's holding like a beast. 3208. What's your ETH doing right now? 809. Have you taken profit on it yet? Jeez, that's a big position. 1.8. Down 170 for the day. I'm looking for somebody that's got some stones that's been holding it for a minute. Because they're gonna. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. This guy. This guy's short from 3,500, bro. You've been holding that for a minute. Yeah, this guy's got conviction. What did you do for the day? That's okay. You're still profitable for the day. Small little dip. Obviously, the market pushed up. Yeah, I like the. I want to follow this guy. I know I got weird names for them. Bro, so many people are shorting 3100s. Bro, this is 20. Oh my gosh. How are you still profitable? No, yeah, because your BTC and Solar is saving your butt. That's why. You must have just got into this not too long. Well, you got into that last month. Bless your heart. All right, cool. That's enough of that. Let me go back to the charts. Sorry, I mean to. Good night, brother. I'm cross. I'm running cross. That's the same thing I'm saying. Like just sitting $33 million in the red. I'll tell you this for free. I wouldn't be streaming. I'd be calling a doctor. Come sedate me. Yeah, a little scalp right there. What do you look like on a 13-minute? Somewhat bullish. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to try to attack this zone right here, 3104. Yeah, I can see why those guys are shorting 3100s. They may not have just opened, but I think that's kind of what they're betting on. They're betting on a rejection off of that level, because there was a lot of orders, a lot of big whales that are 3102, 3108, like just lower 3100 handles. And I think they're seeing the same thing. That guy that's sitting inside of 2900, he's probably just waiting just to have break even. You know, because that feeds into what we were talking about earlier, or what we've been talking about for a week now. You know, these levels over here, 2987 down to 2938 inside of these levels inside here. All right. We got a couple minutes here. I want to make sure I send you guys off in the right way. You guys know the drill. I got to lower my music here in order to do this. Let's do it the right way. Some of you guys are new. Some of you guys haven't ever traded with me before. Some of you guys are new to Discord. As a reminder, I'm a faith-based trader. Everything I do is for him, by him, for the glory, by the glory, in his glory. So nothing is by my own understanding. Everything is done and led by him. I have my faults. I have my good days, but I consistently lean on him. So I want to send you guys out the proper way in order to end this stream the right way. That being said, Father, thank you for today. Thank you for the clear mind, discipline, and for the profitable setups we were able to catch. We recognize that every bit of success we had on this stream was only possible because you allowed it. Your word says it is he who gives you power to get wealth, as it is said in Deuteronomy 8:18. So we don't boast in our wins. We give you the glory. Lord, as we close this stream, keep us humble in the gains. Keep us wise with what we've earned. Keep us grounded in character, not just in results. Lord, I ask that you protect every person here, every family they represent. I ask that you cover our homes, our health, and our minds with your peace. Help us to rest well, reset, and come back with clarity and focus, not obsession or greed. Let what we learned today carry over with better discipline, better patience, and better trust in you. And remind us that win or lose, you're still good and you're still our source. We place the results of this day, our accounts, and our future in your hands. In the holy and precious name of our Father, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. We got like 4 mics on here. I'll kick it with you guys for a little bit. And I don't mean to offend anybody that's on here, but that's kind of what you're gonna get when you're with me. It's been a good day. God is good. God bless you too. Peace be with you. If we have any questions, and I'm not able to answer them today, always feel free to shoot me a DM on Discord. I try to get to it. Sometimes you guys send me some messages, on the course of the weekend, things like that. I usually don't do much on the weekends outside of like family stuff, around the house stuff, things of that nature, but I will always get back to them. So I get tons of DMs on a daily basis. That's not to impress you, just to press upon the fact that I will get to them. I do take my time with them. I do read them. I do try to give the best and most stable advice around them with a game plan that follows suit. So always feel free, if something comes up later at a different time, feel free to shoot me a DM. My DMs are open to you guys. Just don't ask me for money because I get that a lot too. So I'll show you how to trade. I'll show you how to make money. But, if you're in trading and just asking, it's going to be dangerous. You're going to be in the same situation. I'd much rather see you get change for the long term. Appreciate the love, guys. I appreciate the love. We're looking for these lower levels. I mean, but it's still that ping pong game, guys. It's that ping pong game. And so we got CPI tomorrow. This is going to be like the target that I'm really looking for. We could see a flash dump all the way to like 2500s. I mean, that's not off the table. But as we go into Asia and things of that nature, I want to see really what occurs again here at 3123. That's a sweet spot. That's the sweet spot. Could it push above that level? Sure, it could. Just go to your higher time frames. I use unique time frames, but you could utilize like a 4 minute or some a 4 hour or even daily, and just see what that looks like on those time frames. Other than that, thank you guys so much for being here with me today. I will be here again tomorrow, probably a little bit earlier because, again, we do have CPI, so I might be here like 15 minutes earlier, just kind of gauging where the market's at and then trying to set up my plans around that. It will be streamed live on YouTube, so just be sure to not only follow the page, but set your notifications so that way you're already made aware of it. If you're part of the Discord family, I will be posting the link inside of my corner with the tag, so make sure that you're following there as well, too. That way you don't miss any opportunities where there can be some longs or whether you need to get out of your positions. Outside of that, I hope this information served each and every one of you guys well. God bless you. Peace be with you. I'll catch you guys soon. Much love. Peace.